Chapter 20 of The Mystery of the Woods by W.H.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. "Henry!" The word came out quick and sharp, and as the trapper spoke it, he slid from under the boat he was backing and stood as if fixed immovable to the spot, with eyes fastened on the ground. His companion, who was toiling under the pack basket a little way in the rear, startled by the energy of the trapper's exclamation, slipped from the knottings of the straps and was by the trapper's side like a flash. And so for a moment the two men stood, both bent forward in their eagerness and with eyes gazing steadfastly downward. "Yes, Henry, it is a track, and such a track as no animal ever made. The wind has blowed a couple of leaves away where the heel ought to be, but the broken twig be left, and the markings of the instep be plain. What say ye, boy? Is it or is it not the foot of a girl?" For a moment the young man made no reply, but while the trapper was speaking, his eye had ranged forward on the line of the trail, or where the trail must have been if the indentation in the leaves had been made by the girl's passing, and the result of the searching glance he had thrown ahead was certainly conclusive, for he laid a hand on the trapper's shoulder, and with the other pointed some 50 feet farther on, at a trunk of a huge beech that the winds perhaps 20 years before had prostrated. "By the Lord, Henry," exclaimed the trapper, "that be a sign that can't lie. Yes, the girl certainly sat down on that trunk, for the moss be disturbed, and you can see the flake that peeled off when she dropped her weight onto it." Before the trapper had done speaking, both men were bending over the beech trunk, studying with eyes trained to note the least disturbance of nature, and hoping to find further indications that would make conclusive not merely that the girl had passed that spot, but the direction she had taken when she left it, and the time that had elapsed since she passed. "See here," said the trapper, and he laid his hand on a small balsam, but a little larger than his finger, that grew within reach of the fallen beech. "Look at the root of this sapling, and tell me what you see." "The earth is disturbed at that root, John Norton." "Certain, boy, certain," answered the trapper. "But look close. The soil is certainly disturbed, as you say, but don't you see it be disturbed on the further side most? And if that doesn't show which way the girl took when she riz from this log, then there be no virtue in signs." "How so?" asked the young man. "Sit down on the log," answered the trapper, "and take hold of the sapling yourself, and lift yourself by it. Leastwise help yourself a little in the lifting. Not that way, boy, not that way. The roots don't give as they did to the pull of the girl as you lift that way, and that shows she wasn't looking the way you be looking when she pulled at the tree. That's it, added the trapper as the young man pulled himself up, facing slightly in another direction. "Now the earth gives as it did when the girl had it in her hands, and she was weak, too, when she lifted herself from the moss, for she put her whole strength into the pull which helped her up, so that the root that runs out this way was pried from the earth as you be prying it now. And when she started off here, and her trail leads along the ridge that slopes down into the swale. Foller on, boy, foller on, and look for the heel of the track. When the trail leads up, you'll find the print of the toes, and when it leads down, the heel bears the weight. Yes, boy, search for the heel. You'll certainly find it beyond the ledge there, where the bank slopes steep." True to the trapper's prediction, the young man had no sooner circled the ledge and come to the pitch of the hill than there, sure enough, plainly to be seen, was the print of the girl's heel as her boot had sunk into the yielding mold. "The girl was weak, boy," remarked the trapper as his eyes caught the trail. "Yes, the girl was certainly weak, for the steps be too far apart for one of her size to make when walking in her strength. And they be uneven, too. You see where she stopped off and on, and see here," she added. "Here be a branch that gave way as she steadied herself by it in passing. And see, boy, the gum that come out of the hole that was made when the bough gave way in her grasp is bright and clear, and barely stiff." "How long is it since she passed here, John Norton?" "Not later than the morning, boy, not later than the morning. Yes, the girl was certainly alive this morning." No one can imagine the feelings of the young man as he heard this declaration of the trapper. To know that the object of their search had passed the spot on which he was standing but a few short hours before, to know for a certainty that she was alive, and might even be but a short distance away, to know that after all their wanderings they had come to the only place in the woods where a trace of her presence could have been discovered, caused such feelings to possess him as no one less interested than he, or in his position, could have. "Is it possible, John Norton, that we shall find her?" "Certainly," answered the trapper. "Leastwise, I see no reason agin it. I felt when I got the direction from the man in the panther's skin and the point that the girl would certainly be in our boat afore night, and now I know that the thought will prove true. I wish the pups was here." "What good would the dogs do us?" asked the young man. "Lord, boy," answered the trapper, "do you think the rover has consorted with me these 12 year and not learnt the signs of a trail or growl judgmatical in such matters? I can't answer for sport, for he's a little heady, and his nose is so good that he has not educated his eye. But Rover be a dog of 100, and his nose and his eyes join works. I've often conceded he's more than half human. Lord, boy, I'm certain that he knows a doe's track from a buck's arter the scent has been dead half a week. And many a time when I've been trailing arter some vagabonds who had been thieving on the line of my traps, has he taken the trail ahead of me, and I never was quite certain whose eye was the quickest, his'n or mine. Yes, if the old dog were here, he'd know what we was arter afore we had come to this spot of the trail, and he'd take it up right here. And you'd hear his bayins by the girl's side if she be living, and over her body if she be dead, in a good deal quicker time than ye and me can thread it out. But we don't need to follow it." "Don't need to follow it?" exclaimed the young man. "What have we come here for if not to follow it?" "Easy, boy, easy," answered the trapper. "The trail is here, and that's plain enough. And now the question is, where be the end of it?" "Where is the end of it?" asked the young man. "The trail runs toward the lake," answered the old man, "and you'll find the end of it, and the girl at the end of it on the beach." "How do you know that, John Norton?" questioned Herbert somewhat incredulously. "How do I know it?" answered the trapper. "How do I know where to find a buck on a hot day when his trail heads towards the water? The trail, I tell you, runs toward the lake, and the reason is because toward the lake is downhill, and the way from the lake is uphill. And the girl was weak when she passed this point, so weak that she staggered in her walking. And whether she knowed what way she was going or not, she would keep on going downhill, because she couldn't go any other way. When she got to the bottom of the slope here, a mile to the east, she'd have come to the water. Yes, the girl be on the beach. That is, if she was strong enough to get to the beach. And if she wasn't strong enough, we'll find the girl on the line of this trail as it runs down this ledge between here and the beach. We'll strike for the lake. There be something in me that tells me that on the beach of the lake we'll find the girl." The reasoning of the old man seemed so conclusive, the judgment on which it was based seemed so well supported by woodcraft and nature alike, that the young man made no objection to the proposition. He simply said, "God grant it may be so," and followed the trapper as he returned to the point at which they had struck the trail. The trapper again resumed his position under the boat, and the young man adjusted himself to the straps of the pack, and with far different feelings than when they stopped, they resumed their course toward the lake, which the trapper assured his companion was not a mile distant. "Henry," said the trapper, "the search be about over." The two men were standing on the shore of the lake. The trapper had launched the boat, and Henry had slipped the pack from his shoulders. Both were wiping away the perspiration which their struggle through the underbrush had brought to their faces. "I don't know why I should doubt your prediction, John Norton, but I cannot credit it." "Hoot, boy, what be the matter with you? I tell you the girl be on this lake. We'll find her on the beach beyond the point there, waiting for us to come. If not on the beach, beyond the point, a little furder on. It may be as fur down as a shanty where I used to camp in my trappin's, but I certainly doubt if she's got so fur. But here she be if there be any virtue in signs. Boy, what is it in your face? Say your say out." "I will admit," answered the young man, "that the signs point as you say. That the girl passed this spot this morning where we found her trail seems to me credible. Yes, certain. And if she passed the spot this morning heading toward the lake, I agree with you that she ought to be on the shores of the lake this minute. But something in my heart tells me she is not there. You may laugh at me and call it foolish, but from my boyhood I have had at times impressions come to me touching persons and things, concerning the truth of which I could give at the time no explanation, but which, nevertheless, proved true in the end. Whence these impressions come I cannot tell. How much I should allow them to influence me I have never yet decided. But in old time, I know, a higher intelligence maintained its connections with the intelligence of men, nor was it inefficient to guide them. And I have often thought that I have been constrained to think that that connection, the divine connection with the human, had never been sundered, and that men in emergencies of their lives, and previous to the point where great occurrences were to happen, were moved now as then by the Spirit of God. Call it what you please. Think of it as you please, John Norton. But standing here on the beach of the lake, on whose shore you say the girl is, and on whose shore I admit, from the evidence of many signs, the girl ought to be, I have within me a feeling which contradicts your saying, and which denies the conclusion of the evidences that we have seen. John Norton, the girl is not on this lake. For several moments the trapper made no reply, but stood leaning on the staff of his paddle, looking steadily off over the water. At last, turning to his companion, he said, I know what you mean, boy, for I have felt the same feeling, and I have had the same thoughts. I have met men among the redskins that were great medicine men, and some of them was gifted with the line you speak of. I have camped with them on the trail, and I have sat with them in council, and I have heard them say just the opposite of what the chief said, and which the wisdom of human learning, and of them that was skilled in the ways of the woods, thought must be true. And I've noted that arter the thing had happened, the chiefs was wrong, and the medicine man was right. No, boy, I've lived too many years and observed too much to laugh at you for anything you might say in your honesty. And it may be your spirit is right in what you say, but certain it is that we be here, and the sun be an hour yet from its setting. And certain it is that afore it sets we will know whether your spirit or the signs be right. I trust you be wrong. Yes, boy, I certainly trust you be wrong, for I've set my heart on finding the girl, and I know the girl ought to be on this lake, and if she ain't on this lake—" Here the trapper paused a moment, and then added, "Put your pack in the boat, boy. Your feelings may be right, but our duty is to search. If the Lord himself should say that the girl wasn't here, I should certainly scout round the shores a little more afore I left it. The Lord has his duty, and we have ourn, and our duty is to search, and the sun be nigh to its setting." And so saying, the trapper pushed the boat from the shore, adding, "It's just as well, Henry, for a man to look a little into things himself, even if the Lord has fixed 'em." A quiet stretch of water, no ripple on it, and the boat, as urged by the trapper's paddle, glided through it as if it were oil. Herbert had not lifted the oars. Their pressure was not needed. It was a moment when eye and ear and not the strength of muscle would solve the problem. The boat glided on. A little stretch of beach lay on the other shore. How brightly it shone in the sun! The trapper steered straight toward it, and as the boat moved slowly past it, but a rod or two away, both men scanned it with eyes that noted every pebble. But the yellow sand lay smooth and undisturbed, save where a deer had marked it with its hoof as he came down to drink. The boat kept its course and glided forward. It drew on to the narrows, and ran along the beach that made the western line out of the outstretching point. No markings there. An otter had flattened the sands as he crawled out of the water, and a few rods farther on flattened them as he slid down. But beyond this no sign that life had printed its motion on them. The boat reached the very point. The trapper's face showed no sign, and his paddle kept the steadiness of its easy motion. The young man sat facing forward, his face slightly sharpened, and perhaps a trifle of the color gone from the bronze cheek. From habit his rifle rested on his knee. He had not thought of it, probably in his excitement, which took no little strength to conceal. The boat glided round the point, and the main body of its water for a mile stretched away. The trapper headed toward the beach that edged the northern shore with a stroke as steady and true as if he felt no interest in the revelation that lay so short a distance ahead. Slowly the boat drew in toward the beach, and while yet 40 rods away, the trapper said quietly, "You can see your tracks on the beach, boy, abreast of the balsam with the broken top." The words were quietly spoken, very quietly. "I see them," answered his companion, and he spoke as quietly as the trapper had spoken. "There be tracks in here to the left," added the trapper in a moment more. "I see them," answered the young man laconically. And so the boat drew towards the beach, drew slowly but steadily in, and the two men who had been so faithful in their search, and who now had come to the culmination of it, as the one felt and the other hoped, spoke as quietly each to the other as if within their hearts there burnt no glow, and in their minds was only the movement of an ordinary experience. "The girl is not in sight, for certain," said the trapper. "No, the girl is not in sight," answered Herbert. "We'll draw in here," said the trapper after a moment. "We'll draw in here and see what the beach will tell us." "I think we had better," answered his companion. And so the boat came to the shore. The two men without a word stepped out upon the sands. The beach was thick with tracks, tracks of a human foot, of a woman's foot, tracks of feet that had come and gone, of feet that had walked up and down, now straight, now crookedly. "Look here," said the trapper, and he pointed to an indentation in the sand made by a heavy animal. "What is that, boy?" "A panther," answered his companion, and he spoke as if his mind took no notice of his speech. Men at times in great excitement speak so. "Yes," answered the trapper. "The track is the track of a panther, but the step is the step of a man. This be the track of the man we left on the point, and here is where he seed the girl." "Where's the girl?" asked Herbert, and he turned his face quick as a flash toward the trapper. "We'll see," answered the trapper. "This way, boy, this way. The beach be writ like a book. We shall find it all here somewhere." He had not gone a dozen rods before he touched his companion on the shoulder and pointed a little in advance. A deep indentation in the sand. 2 indentations. The two men approached them. The trapper stopped and leaned on his paddle. The sun shone brightly on his whitened locks. The young man lifted his hat from his head, and the two stood looking, as two men might look at an altar where their mother prayed after death had claimed her. "The girl knelt here, Henry," and his voice thickened. "The girl knelt here." "Where was God?" asked the young man sharply. "Not fur away, boy, not fur away. The Lord be nigh them that kneel," said the trapper reverently. And then he added, as he entered the boat, "Come aboard, Henry, come aboard. The sun be gone, and the darkness be comin', but ears will serve us when the eye fails. I tell you the girl is on this lake, and she'll be livin', too. And if she moves a foot or makes a sound above her breath afore mornin', our ears will hear it." And the old man pushed the boat gently from the shore and slowly drew along the beach, noting in the gathering darkness the failing signs of the wanderer's trail. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Mystery of the Woods by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. It was afternoon. The sun was sinking with that slow and easy motion with which in the long summer days it glides downward to its cool evening rest. The least hint of shadow lurked under the cedar branches at the western extremity, and hung like an intangible vapor of darkness around the tips of the balsam branches. But above, the sky was bright with the day's brightness. The surface of the lake gleamed in answering response of color, and the western sides of the pines glinted back, through all their glistening stems, the gleaming beams which, in losing something of their heat, had gained, or seemed to gain, a higher reflective power. Halfway down the lake, on one of the little beaches, her figure brought sharply out against the dark black background of the balsams, as the sun shone upon it, stood a girl. Her hands slightly joined hung drooping in front of her, and her face was lifted upward to the sun. As she stood, her eyes gazing at the sun, as if she would take within their large, clear orbs a light to last her through the coming gloom. Her hair, unconfined, flowed over her shoulders. The sunlight shone on it, and penetrated it until the light brown color took of its warmth. The single hairs lying freest, bright as the beam itself, the depth of the waving mass grew tawny with a hint of richest yellow, like Etruscan gold. She was tall. She stood erect, her pose firm, no weakness in it, no awkward stiffness either. Like a delicate shaft, slender indeed, but firm of material, and set on an adequate pedestal. The face was tranquil, not with the tranquility of contentment, but with patience and of power. The tranquility of one who has much to bear, but is able to bear it. If it were possible to associate so common a feeling with such an uncommon face, one would have been tempted to say that the girl had suffered and was suffering from hunger, for the pallor and the first symptoms of emaciation, whose suggestive and pathetic shrinking precedes the actual loss of flesh, were plainly visible around the sockets of the eyes, on the curvature of the cheek, and the drawn tightness of the large and naturally ripe mouth. But still would have taken but a glance to have caused any of our readers to recognize that the girl standing thus on the beach of the lonely lake and the girl whose picture the detective had shown Herbert and the trapper were one and the same. Slowly the sun went down, slowly but surely. Could it not stay? Could God not cause it to halt, that a young child of his, thus deserted of all but the light of the blessed day, might at least die cheered by the sweetness of that light? So her eyes prayed as she stood with them fastened on the descending orb. For 5 nights she had known the horror of darkness, the horror of its sounds and its stillness alike. 5 times had the sun gone down and left her standing upon that beach alone. 5 times had night, the wild, roving, screaming night of the woods, filled with animals and not men, filled with beasts and birds of prey, and wild things that creep and crawl, flutter and fly aimlessly, captured her body on that shore, and tortured it with shrinkings, and the horror of uncertainty. And now for the 6th time the same dreadful night was coming on, coming like a thief, like a murderer, adjusting his mask as he moves on his errand, darkening his face as he creeps toward the performance of his awful deed. Once she had stayed the night long on that beach, stayed that she might see the stars, and have the companionship of orbs, whose beams shone at last on human habitations, and to whose shining human eyes somewhere at least were lifted. One night she had remained there, that she might have the companionship of the stars, the evidence of life, of mercy, and protection. Amid the gloom of that darkness which had murdered day, and cruelly surrounded her with danger from which she could not flee, and against which she had no protection, save of that eccentric providence which allows one sweet innocent creature to be killed and snatches another sweet and innocent creature from her doom. But even on that beach what terrors had come to her, and how powerless were the stars to help. In the sand, hidden from sight, she had heard things creep and crawl. On the edge of the bank her ears had caught the stealing footfall from the declivity of the overhanging hill, whose slope rose sharply from the shore. She had heard animals come down, wild creatures that called unto each other, challenged each other with fierce screams, and when they met, joined in dreadful combat, until the very woods, startled out of slumber, screamed back to them, multiplying the wild outcries. Other footfalls, too, her ears had caught, footfalls that had no voice accompanying them, footfalls that moved slowly and cautiously, and were interrupted by long, watchful pauses. Footfalls from feet that would advance and halt, and then come on again, came directly toward her, until they reached the very border of the open space, and she, driven to the water's edge and breathless, the blood freezing in her veins, would know that in the darkness, wild, hidden eyes she could not see, were looking out at her. What help were the stars? Stars that were far off, stars without moods or sympathies that she felt and knew would shine and twinkle as brightly and mercilessly, too, above her dying, above her dead, as they were shining upon her living. 5 nights of terror, 5 days and nights of fasting. No wonder the cheek showed signs of shrinking. No wonder that in the corners of the mouth and round the edges of the lips a tightening and a pallor began to show. No wonder that the eyes of the girl were lifted toward the sun, as men in dreadful stress of death lift eyes to heaven, praying, through their dumb piteousness, for mercy. And yet the pose of the body as it stood upon the beach showed courage. The light form lifted itself erect, as if braced with the might of inner strength, and even in the dark depths of her eyes, turned as they were longingly and entreatingly toward the sun, a light of finest courage shone out, as if within her were two natures, one weak enough to need companionship, the other strong enough to stand up and die alone. At last the sun went down behind the mountains, and the long, narrow lake lay in deep shadow. Gloom captured the shores. It crept out from under the branches of the balsams and from amid the dark pines. It stole duskily across the bright sands of the beach, and there, pausing a moment, began to flow out upon the water itself. Little by little the air continued to thicken. Dusk deepened it. The sky above lost its bright blue tint, and the great vault grew gloomy. The whole world darkened. Nature seemed stricken with grief, a grief she would fain hide, and so adjusted to her fair proportions the drapery of darkness, and over her bright face let fall the gloomy veil. And when night had fully come, when the lake and the woods were one, because the darkness which obliterates all distinction was spread densely over all, upon the beach, amid the gloom, the girl stood alone. The 6th day had passed, and the 6th night had come. What should she do? Should she sit still and wait the dark hours through, waiting the danger that each hour might bring? No, she could not sit and wait for the morning to dawn. What morning? Would any morning ever come to her again, unless it were the morning whose light shines without lessening and without shade on the green slopes of the everlasting hills? No, she could not sit. She must walk. She must move. She must, by the physical action, keep her mind from brooding terror. Did her heart sink? Perhaps. Did she feel that the gloom was death, left deserted as she was? Doubtless. But she fought it nobly. She took the peril out of peril by the bravery of her facing it. She counseled with her intelligence. She did the best she could to banish her womanly timidity by wise philosophy. There were chances, she said to herself, chances of discovery. Some boat might pass. Some hunter might be threading through the woods. Her enemies might relent, retrace their steps, and free her from her dreadful peril. Or God, by some signal providence, might yet intervene on her behalf, and so she fought her fear most sturdily. She rallied her courage to face the emergency without shrinking, for she said within her soul, "If death itself shall come, it would come at some time, and what matters the place, and what matters the time? Could a multitude make death anything but a solitude? Do we not all have to die alone, though 20 hands of love be within reach, and 20 faces love-lighted make their solemn circle around us when our eyes grow dim?" So she reasoned with herself, both foolishly and wisely, seeking by things true and half-true alike, comfort in her misery and strength in her weakness. She rose. She walked the sands. She walked slowly, for her step was growing feeble. Her prolonged fasting had begun to tell upon her frame, and the splendid strength of her young form was insensibly leaving the limbs it had braced so well. She paused here and there as she walked, felt in the darkness for the cedar stems, plucked them, put the fragrant fragments in her mouth, and toyed with a pungent taste with her tongue. This she did, seeking to occupy her mind, seeking to relieve the dreadful monotony of the silence and the darkness. But she was weak, weak from hunger, weak from lack of food. She had not felt it until now. Her health was perfect, her temper brave. Her native strength had fought the incoming weakness, fought it successfully for days. But at last the enemy had conquered. The revelation of her weakness, coming to her in the darkness of the night, shocked her. It startled her with a new terror, and her young mind recognized, as she steadied herself on the sands amid the gloom, the dreadful significance of the revelation. And as she felt the failing of her mortal strength, her soul went up and out toward him whose strength braces the world, and unto whom all weakness and its trembling and its terror perforce must cry. She knelt upon the sands, and lifting her eyes into the darkness, she prayed, Thou that dwellest in night, who seeth through all darkness and noteth the dangers that lurk therein, who maketh and keepeth the weak things of the earth and life, from amid this awful gloom I pray thee, Father, hear now my prayer. Thy child I am, and sore my need. The terror that waketh by night is on me, and I know not where to fly. I shrink from what I cannot see. Deliver me from this lonely spot, and the lonely death that is fast coming to me. Be thou Almighty Father this night, and with a father's love send help quickly, or I perish. She stopped, rose quickly from her knees, and stood erect, her hands pressed tightly above her heart, expectant, for from out of the darkness a sound had come, a sound made by no stealing beast or dreadful creeping thing, a sound of a paddle and of a boat moving with gentle rippling onward through the gloom, moving directly toward her. The next instant the boat reached the sand, touched the sand almost at her very feet, and the trapper's voice from out of the darkness hailed, I hear the voice nigh to this spot, praying for aid. Girl, where you be? For Henry and me be here. And then a light flashed through the gloom, and Herbert and the trapper, standing in their boat, saw the girl they had sought for so long lying prone upon the sand. Our search be over, Henry, said the trapper as he stepped from the boat, and lifting the girl in his strong arms, he added, Bring the blankets from the boat, boy, and start a fire at the edge of the beach here by the big pine, for the girl be nigh starved, as I conceit, and has fainted in her weakness from every joy. But joy never kills, as I have noted, and she will come to herself pretty soon, beyond doubt, and when she's tasted a little food, and drank a cup of warm and drink, she will be strong enough to tell us many things, and we certainly have many things to tell her. End of chapter 21. End of the Mystery of the Woods. Murray's Adirondack Tales by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of the Man Who Missed It. Chapter 1. Thanksgiving Day had come and gone, and the old trapper had retired after the festivities of it to his couch, and had yielded himself to slumber. His sleep was of the kind to be expected in one of his age and habits, sufficiently profound to satisfy the wants of nature, but by no means so heavy as not to yield back the sleeper to wakefulness at the coming within range of the senses of any sound or sight that was unusual. For some 2 hours the trapper had been sleeping, and the great white moon, shining at its full, stood nearly at that point in the zenith which marked the midnight hour, when the 2 hounds, who were lying on the great hearthstone in front of the log, still in full blaze and glow, lifted their heads with a common movement, and gave voice to a low, interrogative growl. "What is it, pups?" said the old trapper, with a quickness of utterance that might have led one not acquainted with his habits to imagine that he had not been asleep. "What is it, pups?" And he arose to a sitting posture in his bed, with his eyes on the dogs and his senses fully alert. The hounds, as if feeling they had done their duty, made no further manifestation, and again rested their muzzles on their extended paws, but with eyes that still remained fastened upon the door. The old man slid from the bed and into his clothes with a hunter's celerity, but even while doing it, his ear caught the lightest possible sound of approaching footsteps. It was evident from the looks of the trapper that he was surprised. The steps approaching were without doubt those of a man. Had they been those of an animal, they would have caused no astonishment, for animals of the larger sort, especially when compelled by hunger, were not infrequent visitors to the little clearing in which his cabin stood. But to hear a man coming towards his door at the dead of night, when he supposed that there was not a human being within 50 miles, was extraordinary enough to quicken his attention and strike him with surprise. But whoever the man was that was approaching, he was evidently in no hurry. Occasionally he stopped, and after a moment's pause would come on again. His steps were not only slow, but the sound they made was the sound of a step taken in weakness or excessive weariness. Wondering whom his midnight visitor could be, the old man seated himself on the edge of the bed and waited his coming. The dogs still lay on the hearth, with their muzzles on their paws and their eyes fastened on the door. The steps approached the threshold and stopped. For a moment no further sound was heard. Then a knock sounded upon the door. It was a weak, timid knock, not the strong, hearty, friendly knock that a hunter delivers on a comrade's door, but a faltering, half mistrustful tap, as if the one who gave it had hesitated before giving it, and was by no means sure that he had the right to give it at all. The old trapper still remained seated on the edge of the bed, and before the faint sound of the feeble tap had scarcely sounded, said in his usual strong and hearty tone of voice, "Come in." For a moment no response followed the invitation. Then a hand was heard feebly fumbling with the latch, which finally it grasped, and the door slowly opened as if the man was still in doubt either as to the propriety of his own conduct or the reception with which he would meet. Thus slowly the door opened, and a man stepped into the room. A dog followed the man. The door closed, and the man and the dog stood in the firelight fully revealed. The hounds made no movement, and the trapper stirred not an inch. Thus for a full minute the trapper and the hounds looked at the man and the dog, and the man and the dog looked at the trapper and the hounds. And it is doubtful if ever before there stood in a hunter's cabin so singular a looking man or remarkable a looking dog. The trapper looked the man over from head to foot, and with equal curiosity studied the dog, each remarkable in his way. And as the reader is destined to learn of the peculiarities of both, it may perhaps be well that we describe the two singular visitors to his cabin whom the trapper thus unexpectedly saw standing before him. The man was tall, remarkably tall. He was spare, unusually spare. As he entered, he lifted a light cloth cap from his head, and his countenance was fully revealed. His hair was black as could be, not over plenty in thickness, but long enough to reach stragglingly to his shoulders. Amid its blackness some gray was mingled. His forehead was high, unusually high and very prominent, especially in its upper half. His eyebrows were abundant even to shagginess, strong brows of coarsish hair. There was gray in them, too. His eyes were large, very black, very mild, a mildness that bordered on plaintiveness, but through their dimness there shone the suggestion of a gleam and a glow as if their mildness might be set on fire from some latent but unsmothered flame. His ears were large, set prominently out from the head, thin, sensitively edged. Between them and the eyes on either side was a recess beneath which the cheekbones projected sharply. The nose was large, but thin and finely curved at the nostril's edge. So far the face, if not strong, was remarkably intellectual, a face that denoted ability, a face that argued mental quickness, finest imagination, and the power to idealize the common so that it would seem extraordinary, to create another world if the present one should not suffice. But the mouth was weak. It was small in size, too small compared with the noble countenance above it. The lips were curved, and, in spite of years, smooth and rounded like a boy's. A mouth of remarkably infantile appearance considering the age of its owner. The chin beneath did not retreat, nor was it prominent enough for power. The curvature of the cheek, as outlined by the jaws, was not full enough to express determination and manly vigor. His head sat on a neck that was long and small. Exposure, for it was without cover, had wrinkled it and made its skin coarse. His shoulders were thin and stooping, such as students of unusual height acquire. His clothing was remarkable, first because there was so little of it, and secondly because it was of so thin a fabric. His coat was evidently unpadded, of cheap material, and buttoned closely around him even to his neck. It fitted him too closely to allow one to believe that his waistcoat was either a very thick or very warm material. His pantaloons could not be called stout, and were chiefly remarkable for their decorations. They were of composite material, and suggested Joseph's coat, without its splendor. The old trapper's quick eye noted several places of buckskin that had been stitched into the original fabric in different places, and several other pieces of light cloth that bore a suspicious resemblance to those little bags that dealers in family provisions are acquainted with. His shoes were large in size but low in build, and one of them at the toes resembled a doorway sufficiently open for easy exit. On the man's back was a pack, or what might have been a pack, if the contents had been sufficiently bulky to extend it. As it was, there was a look of leanness about it which suggested that its owner was either not troubled with earthly possessions or else was too modest to display them. In his hands the man held a rifle of flintlock pattern, very long in the barrel, and of an appearance which suggested antiquity. A little leather pouch and a small powder horn with a wooden stopple completed his outfit. Such was the man in outward appearance as he stood within the doorway, with the firelight shining upon him, while the trapper with steady and curious gaze looked him over. The dog was as remarkable in appearance as his master. He was of medium size, of the Irish breed in part, and showed unmistakable evidence of high blood, but blood by no means free of extraordinary outcrossing. For while his ears were long and thin, as an Irish hound should be, his body was clothed with the coarse, stiff hair of the terrier kind. To say that he was thin in flesh would not be a characterization. He was extraordinarily thin. He was not only thin, but he seemed conscious of his thinness. He did not stand erect, but in a kind of doubled-up and shrinking posture, as if he felt that his natural length was out of proportion with his thickness, and he could in some way improve his appearance by concentration. Yet he was by no means devoid of intelligence, for his eyes were bright, his muzzle lean, and his frontal prominent. He struck one as a dog naturally of uncommon parts, but who had experienced such a series of canine disappointments that he had lost confidence in himself. A more extraordinary-looking man, or a more remarkable-looking dog, was certainly never seen. The trapper rose from the bed on which he had been sitting, and, as if he had rightly divined the condition of his strange visitors, said, "Stranger, what can I do for you?" The man looked at him with his large black eyes and replied in a mild, deferential voice, "Are you John Norton?" "Certain. Yes, I be John Norton. And if there's anything John Norton can do for you, just state it. I was taking a little walk through the woods. It's a very pleasant night. I don't know as I ever saw a pleasanter night. I and my dog were taking a little stroll through the woods. We are given a good deal to strolling, and as I was standing on the bank out yonder admiring the beauties of nature, I happened to see your cabin, and feeling in a rather companionable mood, I thought I would see if you were up. I feared I should interrupt you. I hope I haven't interrupted you, have I?" "Interrupted me? Lord, no. I was sitting here with the hounds, wishing somebody would come along, and you're just as welcome as if you'd been expected for a month." The white angel that took into heaven the old man's sentence, which, from the ethical point of view, was not exactly truthful, attributed beyond doubt the slight inaccuracy of the remark to the motive which prompted and forgave it. For the old trapper was not slow to discern that if the stranger for whose coming he had placed the plate on his bountiful board that day had come late, he had come at last, and that God had sent a hungry man to his door. And so he added, his whole heart moving out toward the stranger, who, as he stood before him, presented the strongest possible appeal to his sympathies. "Stranger, set your rifle there in a corner and move up in front of the fire. Here, pups, make room, and let your shivering companion have a chance to warm himself." And the old man shoved the great armchair in front of the blazing logs and actually took the gun from the stranger's hand and placed it against the wall, while the man moved forward and quietly seated himself in the offered chair. The old man busied himself for a moment in making additions to the fire, and stirring the glowing coals, while the stranger stretched out his thin hands and warmed them by the genial blaze. "Don't you want something to eat?" asked the trapper. The man continued to warm his hands for an instant before making reply, and then he said, "I am not particularly hungry. I am not much of an eater. I don't want to trouble you. I see you have cleared away the dishes, but if you happen to have some cold victuals left from your Thanksgiving dinner, I believe this is Thanksgiving, is it not?" "Sartain," said the trapper. "Sartain, this be Thanksgiving. and me and the pups had a great feast, and I had a plate set for you all day." "How?" asked the man. "I had a plate, I say," returned the trapper, "set for you all day." "Indeed, I'm sorry I missed it. I have missed many things in my life. It is not unusual for me to miss things, but I always get them in the end." "I always get them in the end," repeated the man with a rising inflection of the voice. "You don't think it's anything very bad, do you?" addressing the trapper earnestly, "for a man to miss things if he gets them in the end?" "Well, stranger," returned the trapper, "I don't know about getting things at the end. It certainly strikes me that it's a good deal better to get 'em by the middle. This getting things by the end doesn't serve a man's purpose, as I can see." "Oh, I don't know," said the man dreamily. "It don't make much difference when we get what we want, if we only get it in the end. But I am sorry if you had a plate set for me and you had food enough. Did you have food enough?" And the man put the question plaintively, with a tinge of incredulity in his voice, as if the habit of want had made him incredulous as to plenty. "Are you sure you had food enough?" "Food enough!" exclaimed the trapper. "Heavens and earth! Do you suppose me and the pups come to Thanksgiving without food enough? You just sit there a minute while I fetch you out your supper." And the old man busied himself in bringing the table to the center of the floor and filling it with the ample abundance left uneaten at the conclusion of the meal. When the man had moved forward to seat himself in the chair, his dog moved forward too. At first he had seated himself in a half-crouching posture, a little in the rear of the chair, as if, however sure his master might be of the cordiality of the reception, he himself was not certain of his welcome. But gradually, a little at a time, he had moved himself forward until he had actually placed himself in advance of his master, and was now sitting on the hearthstone scarcely a foot from the ashes. And even then it was noticeable that he shivered. He was evidently a dog of a great deal of character and perfectly self-possessed. Few dogs could have been thus placed within such close proximity to two of his kind that were strangers to him without either showing signs of fear or making some canine advances to his companions. But this dog showed, on the one hand, no sign of timidity, and on the other, no consciousness that another of his species was in the room, for he did not even turn his eyes in the direction of the hounds, nor in the direction of the trapper, who was bearing the savory dishes immediately past him to the table, and when the latter placed a large platter of venison on the hearth in order to warm it within a few inches of his body, so that the odor of the meat must have entered his nostrils, he never by the least movement showed consciousness of his proximity, but continued to gaze with sober attention into the fire, as if his poor frame found full satisfaction in the ministry which the genial warmth was rendering to his system. Once, indeed, he did turn his eyes up to the face of his master, with a look absolutely human in their expression of gladness and gratitude. He even moved his forward parts so that by stretching his neck he could touch his master's hands that were extended toward the warmth. He moved his muzzle genially against one of the palms, and lapped it with his tongue, and then quietly resumed his former position, and again gazed steadily into the fire. The trapper was not slow to mark the action of the dog, nor sense of propriety of his conduct. "That's a knowing dog, if he be a little thin," he said to the stranger. "You've consorted together some time, I reckon." "Yes," replied his master. "He has been my companion 12 years. "That's a goodly time," resumed the trapper as he busied himself with the preparations. "And a man who has feasted and fasted with a dog 12 years naturally grows to love him." "We have not feasted much," said the man. "We have never had much luck. We have fasted a good deal, and fasting makes better friends than feasting in this world. But we shall surely have our feast by and by. I have told him many times we should have our feasting by and by." "I trust you may," answered the trapper. "You shall certainly have a taste of it tonight, both ye and your dog, for the victuals be plenty, and the cookin's as good as a man who has cooked his own food for 70 year can make it." "Lucky," said the man, speaking to his dog, through whose frame there still ran an occasional shiver. Lucky, our host says we shall feast tonight." A human being could not have understood the language more plainly. At least, a human being could not have responded with a more positive manifestation of intelligence. For the dog turned his face with a quick motion toward his master, his ears pricked, his eyes fairly danced, his tail swept joyfully from right to left, and, turning deliberately around with his back to the fire, he fixed his eyes upon the table with an unmistakable expression of eagerness. "Come, stranger," said the trapper. "Kick off your shoes and strip off your stockings and pull on these warm socks." And the old man tossed a pair, knit of coarsest yarn, onto the hearthstone. "And then move up to the table and fill yourself and your dog, who is mighty nigh starvation, as I judge. You'll both feel better out of your full, for it's a cold night, and I conceit your tramp has been a long un." The man did as he was bidden. He untied his shoes and removed them from his feet. His stockings were not the warmest, nor free of holes. And when he had pulled the thick, warm socks onto his feet, he rose and moved to the table with a look of contentment and happy expectation that seemed to lift 20 years from his record. The amount of food on the table seemed to astonish him. For a moment he held his knife and fork idly in his hands, while his gaze ranged over the bountiful board, as if he was in doubt from which dish to help himself first, while his eyes had the peculiar eager look of one who was so hungry that he could not suppress the evidences of satisfaction which the presence of food had brought to his face. "You seem a little in doubt," said the trapper, "which of the meats to try first, and I conceit the reason of your feeling, for more'n once have I fasted myself when a young man, in the old wars, and I was out skirmishing on the trail of the enemy, when the sound of your gun would bring 100 of the vagabonds onto you in a minute. Yes, I've fasted in the midst of plenty, and I knowed what it is to come to a feast suddenly when the stomach was empty and the craving of nature unnaturally strong in me. My advice to you is that you try the venison hunch, for it's the only meat that a man can fairly fill himself on and not feel sort of uneasy afterwards. Yes, try the venison, stranger, for the buck was a good un, and you'll find the juices will foil your knife." The man waited no longer. He cut a slice of the venison of a size that showed his necessities were great or his determination high. The trapper's eyes fairly danced as he saw him land the piece on his plate. Yet, hungry as the man was, he fed himself with entire propriety. But his knife and fork were nevertheless quick in their movements, and it was evident that the keen sense of his hunger had made him for a time oblivious of his surroundings, for he spoke not a word to his host, and his countenance never lost the look of determined eagerness. He had certainly more than half finished with the huge piece of venison with which he had helped himself, when he paused, and turning to his dog, who stood at his side looking up into his face, he said, "Lucky, will you forgive me?" The words were spoken as they might have been to a human companion whom inadvertently he had slighted, or of whose presence he had become unmindful when he should have been specially mindful of it. The tone could not have been more apologetic had the words been addressed to a man and not to a dog, nor could they have been received more intelligently than the dog received them. He wagged his tail good-naturedly, while his eyes gave his master a look of affection that no one could fail to understand. The man cut the remaining part of the piece into sections, and gave each mouthful to the dog. The dog ate with the same eagerness as his master, and, we may say, with the same propriety, for he stood steadfastly in his position, made no indecorous movement of haste, but received the morsels from his master's hand with such thankfulness as only a dog when hungry can show the master who feeds him. We need not say that the trapper had been no careless spectator of the spectacle presented by the man and the dog, nor was he untouched by the evidence of affection existing between the two. But profound as was his pity for his strange and nearly starved guest, the sense of humor in him was too strong not to be stirred. "I certainly think, stranger," said he, "that we'd better join works, for I conceit that I can help you out a little. Your dog certainly looks empty, and it'll take a good deal of meat to fill him. I don't conceit he's been very familiar with victuals lately, but I can see he has the true idea of eating. So if you'll just send him this side of the table, I'll feed him while you feed yourself. There could be a good deal of weight added to your dog by reasonable management afore you be ready to move back from the table." "Thank you," said the man as he helped himself to another bountiful supply. "But Lucky and I always eat together when we have anything to eat, and I doubt he would take food from a stranger. I always divide my food with him. Don't you think that a man should always divide his food with his dog, John Norton?" "Yes," said the trapper somewhat hesitatingly. "As a rule, I certainly think you be right. But if the master be hungry and the dog is a good sizin', and actually empty and victuals be scarce, I can't say. No, I certainly can't say that the man should divide with the dog at the beginning of the eatin'. A little later on, perhaps, he should divide. A little later on, as I conceit." The man was evidently not devoid of humor himself. For the first time since he entered the cabin, and for the first time for many days, perhaps, a pleased expression came to his face. The suggestion of a smile played round his lips, and he looked good-naturedly into the face of the old man sitting opposite, whose countenance showed through its lines that semi-witty expression which never seems so witty as when it beams from the face of the aged. But he evidently did not assent to the opinion of the trapper, for as the eating progressed, at every mouthful with which he fed himself he gave an equal portion to his canine companion. It is doubtful if ever a feast was more heartily eaten or enjoyed. The food there was enough, and the man ate his fill. Not only ate himself, but gave to his dog, till it was evident that the hunger of both was appeased. At last he shoved his chair back from the table, and with a happy expression on his face, he said, "Lucky, we have had a feast tonight. I told you it would come by and by. We must never be discouraged again, Lucky. No, we will never be discouraged again, will we?" The dog fairly shook himself in his delightful endorsement of his master's affirmation. He actually frisked his assent, and opened his mouth as if he would give voluble expression to the pledge demanded on him. The trapper laughed as a host will when he sees the happiness of his guests, to whom, with his own hands, from his own store, and the benevolence of his heart, he has ministered. And he said, from the impulse of his good nature, "Stranger, is there anything else I can do for you?" "John Norton," said the man, "I came to your door a stranger, and you took me in. I was hungered, and you gave me meat. I was cold and weary, and you warmed and rested me. I was unhappy, and you made me glad. And I and my dog thank you for your goodness, and may the Lord bless you for what you have done for one of the least of his children." The man said this gravely, tenderly, gratefully, and as he said it with a motion as natural as true courtesy and gratitude could make it, he laid a hand on his heart and bowed to the trapper. The trapper was visibly affected by the acknowledgment of his guest. His face, in its sobered sweetness, acknowledged the sentiment of the stranger, and returned it with equally unconscious courtesy. "You're not the first man," he replied, "that has come to my camp empty. For more'n once have I shared my little with a stranger, and more'n once has the stranger shared his little with me. There's a good deal of honest giving and taking in the world. Leastwise, there's a good deal in the woods when the fortunate and the unfortunate meet, and Henry says that the same is true of the settlements. And I certainly conceit that the Lord has knowledge of the honest giving and taking between his creatures that have and his creatures that haven't, whether it be done in the woods or in the clearance." As the old man mentioned the word settlement, a look of pain came to the face of his guest, as if the mention of cities had quickened unpleasant recollections. When the trapper had concluded, he replied, "I know not whom you call by the name of Henry, nor would I dispute his word, but my experience of cities and of the men that live in them has not been of a character to impress me with either their generosity or their justice. I have found men eager to get and to keep, but I have not found them eager to give, John Norton, nor have I found them honest in their getting or their keeping. I have found them ready to cheat. I have found them ready to lie. I have found them ready to kill." And the man straightened his form to its erectest posture and looked the trapper steadily in the eye. "I don't doubt," returned the trapper, "that there be vagabonds in the settlements as well as in the woods, for more'n once have they played their pranks on me. More'n once have they fingered my traps and stolen the fur that an honest man's labor had earned. but I've left my marks on most of the rogues, and the few that have managed to dodge my lead will get fetched up in the judgment if the Lord keeps watch of the villainy in the woods. And I dare say he does, of the woods and the settlements both. Perhaps he does, said the stranger, but his judgment is a great way off, and the wronged find it hard to wait. I've often thought of that, said the trapper. I've often thought of that, and I've helped him out a good deal, off and on. I was coming in for my traps this fall, and I caught a dirty thief rummaging among my pots and kettles, and he had in almost anything I had in my cabin here done up in a bundle, and as I opened the door he was actually trying to get it on his back. What did you do to him, John Norton? Asked the man eagerly, as if he was even more interested in the principle involved than a narration of the facts. I held a council with him, said the trapper, and I did most of the talking. And I mixed a good deal of earnest actin' with the talking, and between the actin' and the talking I certainly concede I made the points clear to him. I doubt if the Lord will have much to do with this case, for I was a good deal riled, and I settled with the vagabond for time and eternity both. The fact is, said the trapper, and he leaned forward toward his guest, and placed his brawny hand on the table, I conceit that the judgment is a good deal split up, and gin out by piecemeal, and that the Lord's idea is that when the honest hunter finds a vagabond in his cabin, rummaging his stores, that the judgment day is come then and there. How does it strike you, stranger? The great book says, Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Certainly, that's right, that is. It's right from his point of looking at it. I don't conceit that a mortal has any right to be revengeful, but in a matter of square justice, yes, in a matter of square justice, where the right and the wrong stands out like the prongs of a buck, it certainly seems as if the Lord meant that man should tend to the justice while he took care of the vengeance. I don't doubt that the vagabond I caught in the cabin here will get another raking over when the Lord takes him in hand, but I gave him enough of honest reckoning to serve divine purposes while he lives on the earth. While the conversation had been going on, the trapper had been clearing the table of the remnants of the repast, and at the conclusion of his remarks he drew a chair up to the corner of the fireplace, in front of which the stranger had already seated himself, and the two men, so unlike in character, and we may say so unlike in appearance, sat for a moment gazing silently into the fire, which roared and flamed loudly and merrily upward. During all the conversation the dog had been an evident listener. Whenever the trapper spoke, the dog turned his face and looked directly at him. When his master made response, he would as attentively look at him. Indeed, he had been gifted with human intelligence and human feeling, and, we may say, with human sense of propriety. He could not have paid closer attention to the dialogue as it proceeded. Now he was sitting upright between the two men, with eyes alert and every appearance of interest as to the conversation when it should be resumed. "Where be your home?" asked the trapper suddenly. "I have no home," said the man. "Where was your home?" queried the trapper again. "I never had a home," said the man. The trapper seemed for a moment disconcerted. He raised his face and, looking at his strange guest, said, "Where are your friends, and where be your family?" "I have no family," replied the man. "Nor have I friends, save one." "Where's he?" the old man asked. "He is here," replied the man. "Here is the only friend I have in the world." And he looked at the dog. It may have been an answer to his look, it may have been from the fine sense of interpretation of what was being said, but from whatever the cause, the dog, when his master said, "This is the only friend I have in the world," moved himself closer to the man who loved him, and laying his muzzle on his knee, looked lovingly up into the countenance of one who claimed him as his friend. "Where was you born, and what country do you belong to?" insisted the trapper. "I do not know where I was born," returned the man, "and I have no country." "Stranger," said the trapper, "I ask your pardon if I be meddling with your own business, but you've come into my cabin, and you're welcome to stay, for I see you be in trouble, and I've lived on the earth long enough to learn that them that be in trouble have earned a home and paid for it in suffering, and that for such the Lord intends that every house of the fortunate should be their home. And here you've come, and here you can stay and welcome, and I shall not meddle with your sorrers. For a man's sorrers, like a man's grave, should be respected by the living, and no stranger should touch either. But it is pleasant in converse to know who ye be talking to, leastwise to know his name. So I ask you plainly, what is the name your mother given you?" "I do not know the name my mother gave me," said the man. To say that the trapper was astonished would but half express his surprise. He sat erect in his chair and fastened his eyes on the man as if expecting to discern evidence of insanity, but no such evidence could he discover. The man's face and every feature of his face, the calmness of his speech, the decorous propriety of his conduct, substantiated beyond doubt his sanity. The trapper had finished his inspection. All doubt of the stranger's sanity had by the inspection been dismissed from his mind. His guest was perfectly sane, of that he was sure. The conviction only deepened his astonishment. Unable to solve the mystery, and greatly excited at the climax which the dialogue had conducted him, he exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, stranger, what is your name, and how shall I call you?" "John Norton," said the man. "Only parents have the right to name a child. My parents doubtless named me, but those parents I never saw, and that name I never heard. Whether it was a family name or a name denoting character, a name given in hope or a name given in dread, I know not. Family I have not. Parents I never saw. By strangers I was reared, and by ignorant strangers named. The name was not a name. I outgrew it. When I came to the knowledge of its giving, I discarded it. Men outgrow names, John Norton, and they get new names. Each man names himself. The joys of one man name him, and the griefs of another name him. I have had no joys, and therefore joys cannot name me. I have had only grief, and therefore grief must name me. John Norton, ye ask me who I am, and what is my name. I will tell you. I am the man who has missed it." For a full minute the old trapper said not a word, but sat looking steadfastly at his guest. Outside the moon shone brightly, and its white light poured in through the curtainless window, lay with a great white patch upon the cabin door, around the white edges of which the aggressive firelight played with many a threatening flicker. The hounds lay sleeping on the hearth, and the stranger's dog still sat with his head resting on his master's knee, and his eyes turned to his face. At length the old man said, "Friend, the night be not half gone, and the men of our years sleep but little. I have heard many a story told by the campfire, and many a frontiersman's tale when night overtook us on the trail, and we was waiting for the morning. And next to the sound of a fiddle, nothing stirs me more than a story, especially if it be strange and unusual. And if you be willing, I should be glad to hear the story of your life. For certain it is that never before did I meet a man without a home, without family, without friends, without a country, and without a name." For a moment there was another pause. The old man, with the deference born of years, and perhaps borrowed in part from the habits of the Indians with whom he had passed so much of his life, remained silent. At length the man said, "You have asked me for the story of my life. You shall have it. It is a singular story. Listen." And so, with his hand resting on the head of his dog, the singular being, in a singular way, proceeded to tell the singular story of the man who missed it. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Man Who Missed It by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. It is 60 years next March since a babe, lashed to a broken spar, was washed ashore on the eastern coast. That babe was myself. I came out of the storm, John Norton, and I came out of the depths. A ship was wrecked that night, and not a man was saved, nor a woman either, only a babe. What was the ship's name? What was the name of her commander? Who owned her? Or from what port she sailed? None ever knew. Whether she came from the east or the west, none might tell. In the midst of the ocean, in the midst of darkness, in the midst of storm, she went down, and I alone was saved. Do you know anything of the sea, John Norton?" The old man kept his silence a moment before answering, and without lifting his eyes, he said solemnly, "Yes, friend, I know something of the sea." "Do you hate it, John Norton?" asked the man with explosive earnestness. "The Creator made it," replied the trapper, and the reverence of the tone more than the words constituted the answer. "I care not who made it," almost shouted the man. "I care not who made it. I hate it. It is wild and wrathful and savage. It thirsts for man's life, and reaches up the hands of its power only to grasp and destroy. Its smoothness is a deceit, and when it stretches out in its calmness, it stretches out as a lie. It entices man from the shore. It calls him from the bay. It beckons him with its breezes from the safety of the harbor. But when once it has got him out upon its great surface, out from the harbor and the bay and the land where he was safe, then it rises up in its anger, dashes at him in his hate, clutches him with its billows, and drags him down, down, down into its hideous depths. Think of the men, John Norton, who have gone down into it. Think of the brave ships that it has swallowed up. Think of the women and children, mothers with their babes, the strong and the tender alike, the wealth and the beauty and the glory of man it has engulfed. Who can look at the surface of the sea and not think of its bottom, of the wrecks that are there, the bones of the dead, and the hideous things, the dreadful children of its depths, that live and sport among them? Oh, I hate the sea, John Norton, as a man hates the murderer of his father and the destroyer of his mother. For in its depths my mother and father lie, and there they have lain for 60 years, lain in that graveless grave, in that tomb without spot and without name, and I have borne the burden of their untimely loss, with all the misery it entailed, till my head is whitening." Here the man paused a moment. The flash of excitement died out of his face, and the fingers which had been nervously twitching became still. In a moment he asked, speaking in a low and gentle tone, "Is it not pleasant, John Norton, to know where your parents are laid after death?" "Certainly," said the trapper. "Even the Hurons make their graves with some sign, and I've seen many a young chief go to the grave of his father, and lament arter his fashion." "Is there any grave that it would be pleasant for you to visit, old trapper?" "There be a grave under a pine tree, on the shore of the Sound in the state of Connecticut, that it would be sort of cheerful like to look at again. And I have conceded that the pups and me might make a journey in that direction next summer, unless the boy that be living comes into the woods. Still, it's no great matter," continued the trapper. "I often tell sport there that it's no great matter, for I know that the boy sees that it's well kept." "Yes, it is pleasant," said the man, "for the children to visit the graves of their parents. In the cities the living take great pains with their graveyards, and lavish their money to make them beautiful. And many a time I have been, when I was weary and hungry, and stood at the entrance and seen those who were left come to visit the graves of those who were gone. Many of them brought flowers, and I have followed on after them, and seen them go to the graves of their parents, and lay the flowers on the mounds. I forgot my weariness as I looked, and my hunger, too, John Norton. It was a blessed sight. I could imagine the comfort and the consolation they found in doing it, and more than once have I leaned my head on some marble slab and wept, that I myself might never see my parents' graves, never see where my father was laid, nor let fall the tribute of my tears on the mound beneath which my mother slept. It is a dreadful thing, John Norton, not to have even a grave to love on the earth. It is a worse thing yet not to know what your father's name was, old man. But I have never had a grave to love, and I have never known my father's name. nor do I know my race or the country where they lived." Here the man paused again. Long and earnestly he gazed into the fire, while his mind wandered back to the time of his earliest recollections. He even allowed to pass unnoticed the mute caress of his dog that twice rubbed his head against his knee, twice lapped his hand with his tongue, twice looked into his face, but receiving no notice from his preoccupied master, turned his own face sorrowfully away, as if he felt his inability to relieve his master's spirit from the burden that was on it. "You said you was washed ashore when you was but a little babe," said the trapper, at last breaking the silence. "Yes," said the man, "I was washed ashore at the break of day. The sea that had swallowed up my parents rejected me. The waves that had murdered them cast me as if in mockery upon the beach, unhurt. A fisherman found me, took me to his hut, and there I was reared. They gave me a name, no matter what the name was. They had no right to give me a name. Those who could name me were dead. Do you think anyone but a parent has a right to name a child, John Norton?" "I suppose they did the best they could," replied the trapper. "They'd got to call you something, and I suppose they did the best they could." "Perhaps they did," said the man. "Did they treat you well?" queried the trapper. "No, they beat me, and kicked me, and cursed me," he replied in a tone that bordered on bitterness. "Why did they beat you?" asked the trapper. "They beat me," answered the man, "because I was not theirs, because I came to them unsought, came to be a burden to them. I was their plague and torment, because they did not love me. All children that are not loved are plagues and torments. Only love can find happiness in the wants of a child. Only love can bear with patience the toils by day and night that the coming of a child brings to a house. They did not love me because I was not theirs, and had no right to be where I was. I do not blame them. What right had I to be? They were poor. What right had I to eat their bread? They owed me nothing, and yet they had to give." "But you certainly could help 'em arter you were growed," said the trapper. "It don't take long for a boy to get big enough to earn the little he eats and the little he wears." "I never earned a cent for them," retorted the man. "Not a cent did I earn for them." "That wasn't right," said the trapper. "Why didn't you make the best you could of your lot and work for your living, as other boys has to?" "Because," replied the man, "their work was on the sea, and I would not put my foot in a boat. And when they used to drag me aboard, I used to scream and cry and crouch down in the bottom. I was so frightened to go out upon the sea." "Why was you so frightened to go out upon the sea?" queried the trapper. "Because," almost shouted the man, "I saw dreadful things in the sea. I saw ships going down, sinking, mile after mile into its depths, with their masts all standing and sails all set and men and women on their decks. And I used to see great and horrid creatures swimming about in the depths, things with mouths bigger than their bodies, things that eat nothing but men and women and children that the sea sends down to them, things with great eyes that leered at me and winked at me, things with claws that kept reaching up after me, claws that opened and shut as if eager to get a hold of me and pull me down that they might eat me up. And I never went out upon the sea that I didn't see a man and a woman lying at the bottom, lying side by side with their hands clasped tightly together, while the great hideous creatures of the sea were swimming around them and over them. And I knew that the man was my father, and the woman was my mother, a father without a name, and a mother that I knew not what to call. And I used to shriek and scream and crawl under the thwarts of the boat, crazy with fear. And when I got ashore, I would run into the woods and keep running till I fell down for weariness. That is why I didn't work for them, because their work was on the sea, and I could not go upon the sea because I saw such dreadful things in it and was so frightened." "What did you do, finally?" asked the trapper. "Do?" said the man. "I ran away. I ran away from the house that was never a home to me. from the house that had no father and mother in it, from a house where I had no right to be, a boy without a home, without father or mother, without a country, without a name, and without a friend." "Where did you spend your childhood?" asked the trapper. "Childhood? God in heaven!" almost screamed the man. "I never had a childhood. How could a boy without father or mother, without a home, without anyone to love him, have a childhood? I was old when I was young. I had no mind as a boy, no heart as a boy, because I had no surroundings to draw a boy's mind out or make a boy's heart feel." "Where did you get your victuals?" interrogated the trapper. "Food. I never had much food. I ate roots and nuts and berries and apples for years. I never ate at a table unless by chance. I had none to provide for me, and so I provided for myself. I found what I could, and I stole what I couldn't find. Stole to satisfy my hunger. Do you think that was stealing, John Norton?" "I conceit not," said the trapper. "Leastwise, I conceit that the Lord keeps a kind of private reckoning in such cases, and sort o' eases up on it in the judgment." "If there be justice in heaven, it is so," said the man. "For no man can sin without knowledge, and I had no knowledge of right and wrong, and my acts were acts of necessity. Did you ever see a dog steal a piece of meat, old trapper?" "Certain," responded the trapper. "Rover had a great appetite as a pup, and I had to learn him the commandments with earnestness. I didn't mind his little thievings, for a pup is a pup, and he will have his pranks. But I came into the cabin one day, and he had not only cleaned the kittle of the soup, but he had a roll of tenderloin in his mouth nigh as big as his body, and I tended to his education on the spot, and give him the ideas of right and wrong as clear as I could with the help of a moccasin." "I meant," said the man, in earnestness of whose expression the humor of the trapper had not lightened a shade, "I meant to ask you if you ever saw a starving dog steal a piece of meat." "Certain, certain," answered the trapper. "The dogs of the Injuns are always starving, and I have consorted with the redskins enough to note their habits, and few be the movements of life about their villages that my eye hasn't seen." "Then you know how I used to steal, John Norton. I used to creep up on things. I used to crawl in the grass after things, like a thieving cur driven by starvation, but frightened at every motion I made lest I should be detected. Yes, I used to steal because I was gaunt with hunger, and the wants of my stomach made me a thief." "Your lot was a hard 'un, that's a fact," said the trapper. "Did they ever catch you?" "Yes, they caught me," answered the man. He said no more, but his eyes darkened, and his brows lowered over them in wrath. "What did they do with you?" asked the trapper. For a moment the man made no reply. His fingers worked convulsively, and his body actually trembled, and then he said suddenly, almost fiercely, "John Norton, do you know what a poorhouse is?" "I have knowed a great many cabins scant of meat," said the trapper, "when the hunting was poor, and I've seen the redskins starving in their tents, and—" "I don't mean that," said the man. "I don't mean that. Do you know what the poorhouses are that the towns and the cities build for those who are too unfortunate or too weak or too aged to earn their living?" "I don't understand you," said the trapper. "I will tell you," said the man, "what a poorhouse is. It is a house which the rich of a town build to put their beggars in. Old men and old women and children born in poverty or born without knowledge of their parents. They build a house, and they hire a man to keep that house, and they pay so much money to the man for keeping it. If the man is a good man, and they pay him enough, the poor are well fed. They have beds to sleep in, they have warm clothes, and are comfortable. But if the man is a bad man, he takes the money the town gives him for his own use, and the paupers are starved. And they have straw for beds, and they have rags for clothing. I lived 2 years in a poor house, and for months at a time neither old nor young had a mouthful of meat, only coarse bread and potatoes, John Norton, and we slept on straw, and the straw wasn't clean at that. and we had nothing but rags to cover us. We had no medicine if we were sick, and if one of us died, they put him in a pine coffin and buried him in the pauper's corner in the graveyard, without even a prayer. And many a Sunday have I sat shivering in my rags, crouched under the south side of the poorhouse, that I might get the little warmth of the winter sun and hear the church bells ring 3 miles away. And I knew the rich, in their silks and their warm garments, were walking up the carpeted aisle and seating themselves in their cushioned pews and thanking God for their blessings, while the minister told them of his love for man. But 3 miles away we paupers were starving and freezing. "What did you do in the poorhouse?" said the trapper. "We made baskets and brooms and whiplashes," answered the man. "And the man who kept us sold what we made and kept the money while we starved." "Friend," said the trapper, upon whose mind the vivid description of his strange guest was making a profound impression, "the man who kept you was a thief. The Lord will get into him in the judgment. I certainly hope I may be there when he takes the vagabond in hand. Perhaps I can get a lick at him off and on in the scrimmage." "He was a church member, John Norton," said the man. A quiet but intense bitterness and sarcasm with which the simple words were said were lost on the comprehension of the trapper, for his mind did not understand the relationship and the obligations of charity affirmed in the statement. He looked at his guest a moment with a puzzled expression on his face and said, "I don't understand you, friend." The man was not slow to perceive the confusion in the trapper's mind, or his total ignorance of the church as an institution in civilized communities from whence it sprang. But fearing that he might be mistaken should he assume the trapper's entire ignorance of such a relation, he asked, "Do you know what a church is, John Norton?" "There's a preachin' station down in the valley of the Mohawk, at the south end of the woods, where I heerd a missioner preach 4 year agone. But I didn't concede he knowed just what he was sayin', for he yelled like an Injun in an ambushment, and acted sorter unnatural-like in his talkin'. Me and the pups did the best we could to follow the trail of his arguin', but we couldn't exactly tell where he fetched up, nor the idea the council had when it broke up. No, I don't concede I know what a church member is. Leastwise, the missioner didn't make it clear to me down on the Mohawk." "A church member, John Norton, is a man who professes to love God, who professes to love men, and," the man continued bitterly, "the keeper of the poorhouse who starved us and stole our earnings was a church member." "The man was a vagabond," exclaimed the trapper. "I get the idea now. I caught a church member, as you call him, on the line of my traps over there under Whiteface only a month ago. I had seed his tracks off and on ever since I blazed the line through, and I knowed he was a church member by the way he walked, for he didn't walk straight and honest-like a man who made the line and had a right to be on it, but he sort of sneaked along and stopped behind stumps and trees as if he knowed he was doing the devil's errand, and was afeard an honest man might catch him at it. I bore the thievin's of the scamp until it got unreasonable, and I made an ambush for him by an otter slide. I sot a big bear trap at the bottom of the slide, and I burrowed into the ground at the top, and I put the leaves and the mosses and some dried sticks over my head in a judicious manner, so I doubt if even a Huron could have seed the trick of the thing. I knowed he'd come to the top of the slide in his thieving search for an honest man's skins, and sure enough he did. Yes, he come to the top of the slide, so I could touch him with the muzzle of my rifle, and he bent over to look at the trap in the water, and he found it, yes, he found it, for I just reached out the muzzle of my rifle and give him a punch in the back that sent him down the slide as if the devil were arter him, and the trap took good hold at the bottom, and I had the vagabond in the judgment for sure." "What did you do to him?" said the man, whose face showed that he sensed both the humor of the old man's blunder as to what constituted a church member, and also the predicament of the thief. "I preached to him," said the trapper. "Yes, I preached to the scamp. I made him say the commandments with the muzzle of my rifle to quicken his memory, and the vagabond showed good memory for certain, for he started at the beginning fair and square, and he went through to the end without a slip, which I certainly doubt I could do. although I be an honest man, and he didn't lose any time in putting the words in either. But I conceit that the water and the rifle helped the vagabond, not to speak of the trap. Arter he had said the commandments, I helped him out and eased off the trap, and we had a little more talking, not to speak of a little actin' that I throwed in without any charge." "What did you do to him?" said the man, whose face was now thoroughly relaxed in evident enjoyment of the old trapper's experience. "I cut a withe," said the trapper, "and I learnt him what the commandments meant, and what a vagabond can expect when he breaks 'em. I educated him a few minutes better than any missioner could, for he owned up before the withe got limber that he knowed the wickedness of stealing, and he swore he'd never touch another man's skins while he lived on the earth. But I don't concede he kept his word, for you could see by the look in his eyes that he was a natural liar as well as a thief, and I dare say he's selling skins today in the settlements that he never trapped. But he never put his thieving foot on that line again, and I doubt if he'll ever touch another fur in a trap that has John Norton on it." This episode had evidently been a relief to the feelings of the stranger, for his face had lost its set expression, and the gloom on his brow had given place to a peaceful light. He could evidently recall his past without pain, dire as it had been, and speak of it without bitterness, for in a moment he turned brightly to the old trapper and asked, "Would you like to know how I came to leave the poorhouse, John Norton?" "Certainly," answered the trapper. "Certainly. You was in the devil's own hole, for sure. And atween the church member and the straw, and the starving and the freezing, you had a hard time on it, as I conceit. Yes, you had a hard time on it. And I would certainly like to hear how the Lord of Mercy got you out of the scrape." "You may well say the Lord of Mercy, John Norton," answered the man, "for he did it, but he did it through my natural gifts, through the powers he has given me, the powers that had come to me from him through the mother and father I have never seen, whose love and whose name I have alike missed." "I don't understand you," said the trapper. "I will tell you," said the man. "I was born with the love of knowledge in me, John Norton, the love to know how things were made and how things could be made. I used to open the nuts that I might know how the shells were constructed, and from what point the kernel started to grow. I used to split the apples open before I ate them to find which way their seeds lay, and to learn how they grew round the center. And I used to wonder what colored their skins, and made them so red and bright. I used to lie by the anthills in the warm sun and see the little busy things come and go, and I noticed how they carried their loads, and longed to get inside their mounds and see what they did, how they made their chambers, and kept their archways from falling. I have lain by the hour in the leaves and seen the great yellow spiders weave their webs, and hang their filmy traps in the air that they might catch their food. I climbed 1,000 trees and studied 1,000 nests, and I found that each bird had his own way and fashion of making its home, and saw that they could do things that man could not do. For I used to work for hours trying to place the hairs and the mosses, the bits of bark and the stolen string, as a bird would place them, and I found I could not do it, John Norton." "No," said the trapper. "The creatures that the Lord has made be wiser than men arter their fashion. Man can trap a beaver, but he can't build his mound, and a wolf will find a way when the hunter and the hound both will lose themselves in the woods. Yes, the creatures the Lord has made be wiser than men." "It is even so," said the man, "and as a boy I grew to know it. I did not know at the time that I was a student, but I studied much before I saw a book." "I don't doubt it," said the trapper. "Books is good enough in their way, but I never seed more than 2 or 3 men that had studied books that wasn't dreadfully ignorant." "I don't know about that," returned the man. "Books contain the knowledge of the world. Books are the mirrors that reflect the learning of the ages. Books are treasure houses in which are stored the golden sayings of all times. The first joy that came to my life, John Norton, was when I learned to read. An old pauper woman in the poorhouse taught me the letters, and the first book that I read was the Bible." "It was a good book to begin with, for certain," said the trapper. "It's a good book to end with, too," said the man. "It may be," said the trapper, "but the church member and the trap knew the commandments, word for word." The allusion of the trapper was unnoticed by his guest. At least, he resumed his conversation as if it had not been made. "The first book I read was the Bible. It took me a year to read it through, but it made the year happy. I read it, not for its wisdom, but for the strange stories that were in it, and the things that delight a boy. But when I was done, I knew how to read, and I had a longing to read, a longing I cannot describe. Did you ever long to know a thing, John Norton?" "Certain," answered the trapper. "I run across a track in the snow last winter that made me uneasy, for the track was the track of a panther, but it walked with the legs of a man. Leastways, it made but one track, where it ought to make two. And the pups was uneasy, too, for they wouldn't follow the thing. I trailed it for 2 days, for I had set my mind on knowing what the creature was that the pups wouldn't follow, and whose track didn't tell me his name. And the second day, just as it was getting dark, I come upon him, and it was standing up like a man. And I must say it started me a little, for I come on it suddenly, and I met it face to face. But I drawed on it, for I was certain it wasn't anything human, and I lined the sights to send the lead between the eyes. My finger was on the trigger, and the pressure was getting steady, for I'd never seen such a thing afore, and I was determined to know what the creature was, and—" "What was it, John Norton?" exclaimed the man excitedly, for the narration of the old trapper's strange experience had startled him, as well it might. For who could guess what a creature might be whose track was the track of a panther, but that walked with the legs of a man? And at the point at which the trapper was standing face to face with the strange creature was about to explode his piece, he was unable to restrain his curiosity longer, and had broken in upon the trapper's narration suddenly, with the question, "What was it, John Norton?" End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Man Who Missed It, by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. "A fool and a half-breed," answered the trapper, evidently enjoying the curiosity of his guest. "Yes, a downright fool who conceited in his craziness that he was an animal, and so wouldn't dress himself like a rational being, but had managed to get himself inside a panther's skin, and he had done it clever, too, for even his face was covered with the pelt. And if he hadn't opened his mouth and let out a scream of his gibbering as I drawed on him, he'd have found his senses in eternity, quick as powder could burn. For, dusky as it was, I'd got the line right, and my finger was getting heavy on the trigger. Yes, his gibbering saved him, for he certainly looked like the animal whose skin he wore in the place of his clothes, and the panthers and me have got a sort of running account, and I wipe the slate, as the storekeepers say in the settlements, as often as I get a chance." "What did you do with him, John Norton?" asked the man. "Do with him?" exclaimed the trapper. "I couldn't do anything with him. You see, he was crazy as a loon, and he hadn't no sense. You couldn't get him to talk like a knowing person, but he'd howl and screech and gibber and jump around you and make a spring at you as if the old feller himself was in him, and I certainly guess he was by the way he acted. Did you ever see a crazy person, friend?" "Yes, we had 3 lunatics in the poorhouse," replied the man. "I don't understand you," said the trapper. "I said," returned the man, "we had 3 crazy folks in the poorhouse." Certain, I understand," returned the trapper. "No, it don't make much difference what you call 'em. One name's as good as another when a man has lost his senses, for all that's worth naming is sorter gone out of him. I shouldn't wonder if lunatics was a pretty good name for 'em, but we call 'em crazy folks here in the woods. But don't you forget to tell me how you got out of the poorhouse, for atween the straw and the starving and the church member and the lunatics you must have had an infernal time, and I'd like to know how you got out of it." "It came about this way," said the man. "It was the law of the town that when any pauper child reached the age of 14, he should be apprenticed to some trade by the town authorities, or should be bound out to a farmer, unless he was adopted into some family where his support should be guaranteed. Well, I had lived 2 years in the poorhouse, and the time had come for me to be sent out. And one day in early spring I was sitting on the south side of the house whittling. I used to whittle a great deal. I had a great knack for making things with my knife. You know, some boys have a great knack at whittling." "Certainly," said the trapper. "There's a man up on the St. Regis that they say has been whittling for more than 50 years steady. A trapper that I met on Deadwood was telling me this fall that he knowed him, and he said he would whittle all the time, that he'd stop in his eating and go to whittling, that he'd get up in the middle of the night and go to whittling. And he said, but I conceit that he may have stretched it a little, that the man started to go down to the store one morning, and that about halfway down there was an old pepperidge stump. Well, he come along to this stump. You see, he'd seen it a good many times, and he had kind of a hankering to get at it. So when he got in front of the stump, he stopped and begun to look at it. And arter he had looked at it for a few minutes, sort of earnest-like, he fetched his jackknife out of his pocket, and arter rubbing it a few times up and down on the calf of his boot to get the edge right, he began to whittle at the stump. Did you ever whittle a bit of pepperidge, friend?" "I don't think I ever did," said the man. "Well," responded the trapper, "then you have no idea what pepperidge wood is. I made a ramrod once of pepperidge, and it took me nigh all winter off and on to dress the pesky thing smooth, and arter I'd got it all right, I polished it off with a bit of sanded buckskin. I sawed it up again the edge of the table, and in less than 2 minutes, Rover, when he was a pup then, who was cutting up his antics around the room, run again that ramrod and broke it square off in the middle." "What did you do then?" asked the stranger, laughing as much at the expression on the trapper's face as at the humor of his experience. "I didn't do anything," responded the trapper. "You see, there wasn't anything I could do that would sort of relieve me. There's some feelings that a man can express, but there's some you can't get out of you in words. Then I had kind of an idea if I said anything I might get mad, for I was a good deal riled inwardly, and I think talking sort of helps a man to get mad when he's riled, and the less you say under such circumstances the better, I conceit." "Perhaps it is," said the man. "But what did the man do who started to whittle the pepperidge stump?" "Remember, I don't vouch that it's gospel truth I'm telling you, for I had it second-hand like. And I've noted that things that come second-hand be very apt to get a good deal mixed. But the trapper that camped with me on Deadwood said that the man whittled at that stump all day, and then he built a fire and whittled at it all night. And that when his wife come to look him up, for she was a little worried what had become of him, he sent her back arter some victuals, and just camped down on that stump and whittled at it nigh onto a week, until he had whittled it clean down to the roots. And then he went down to the store and got him the pound of sugar he started for, and went back home as if nothing had happened." "Well," said the man, laughing, and his poor thin face, marked with its lines of strength and the lines of weakness alike, took the finest illumination when he smiled. "I don't think I ever whittled like the man the trapper told you about, but I used to love to whittle, and I have made many curious things with my jackknife. And one day, as I was saying, I was sitting on the south side of the poorhouse, whittling. I was making a top that I could spin in the air. It was hollow inside, and I cut holes in it through which the air could enter in a strong current when in revolution, and other holes through which it could pass out. And I found that these holes might be cut in such a way that the top would make a very pleasant sound when it was spinning, and it used to spin a great while, and it would go up a great ways into the air. And the longer it went, the faster it spun." "Lord," said the trapper, "that was funny. I should even most think you might have made one that would never have stopped." "I thought so too, John Norton," said the man. "I thought so too, and I really think it might be done, but I am not certain. I've come so nigh doing a great many things and missed them after all, that I am not so positive as I used to be." "That's it, friend," said the trapper. "Years makes a man uncertain about a good many things that seemed easy when he was younger." "It is true," responded the man gravely. "We learn the limitations of our own powers only after many trials. But I have noticed, and I often tell Lucky, that what is impossible at one period of a man's existence becomes easy for him to do at another. And it may be that by and by, if a man keeps learning and trying and gaining power, he will be able to do everything he undertakes." "That looks reasonable for certain," said the trapper. "I shouldn't wonder," continued the old man with the slyest of all twinkles in his eyes, "I shouldn't wonder if you made a top in eternity as big as a barrel or a shanty and set it going so that it would never fetch up." The man was too profoundly engaged interiorly, discussing in his mind the possibilities of his invention, to notice the humorous incredulity of the trapper's remark. And after a moment's pause, during which he stooped and caressed the head of the dog, he resumed. "I was sitting one day, as I was telling you, south of the poorhouse in the sun, whittling out a top, when a man came through the gate into the yard, and, stopping in front of me, asked me what I was doing. I told him I was making a top. He looked at it curiously for a moment and said, 'This is a very queer-looking top, my boy. I don't understand the principle on which you are making it.' 'I don't know what you mean by principle, sir,' I said, 'but it will spin very fast, and will spin in the air, and I can almost make it sing a tune.' 'I never saw a top spin in the air,' returned the man. 'I don't think yours will. If it will, I will give you a name for it.' 'It will spin in the air,' I said, jumping up and setting the spring. 'See here?' And I sent it up into the air with all the strength I could command, and it went up and up. 'Heavens and earth,' said the trapper. 'Did it actually go out of sight? You ought to have invented something, as you called it, to have pulled the thing down arter a while, or it'd be kind of a losing operation to spin 'em for certain.' 'Oh,' said the man, 'it came down after a while. But what seemed to astonish the gentleman most was that it played one set of tunes going up and another set of tunes coming down.' 'Your top was a good deal like human beings,' said the trapper. 'Perhaps so,' said the man, smiling pleasantly into the face of the old trapper. 'But, be that as it may, the gentleman was very much astonished, and he said that I had not only made a top, but discovered a new principle of aerial pressure, a principle of great value, he said, not only for the entertainment of the young, but with possible industrial uses in its application which would be of commercial value. And he said he'd named the top according to the principles and results it suggested, and he called it the aerial mellophonal top." "Lord," said the trapper, "that was a ripper of a name. Did the man act natural like arter he got out? I think he ought to have done something for you arter giving such a name to your top." "He did," said the man earnestly. "He did more for me than any man that ever lived." "What did he do for you?" queried the trapper. "He took me from the poorhouse and took me to his home, and that home he gave to me. And in it I had joy, and in it I had suffering, and the joy was the finest I ever had, and the pain was the sharpest I ever felt. But the joy I had came from his strength, and the pain I had came from my weakness. Yes, he took me from the poorhouse, and he gave me a home. Do you know what a home is, John Norton?" "Sartain," replied the trapper. "Here be a home." And the old man looked affectionately at the two hounds, and then he looked at the wall from which the two picture frames hung, the one filled and the other empty, and he repeated, as if more to himself than to his guest, "Sartain, here be a home." The stranger's eyes had followed the direction of the trapper's glance as he looked at the hounds, and also as the old man lifted his eyes to the wall on which the filled and empty picture frames were hanging. His eyes lingered on the frames for a moment, and in the quickness of his sympathy he sensed the circumstances suggested by the face of Herbert and the empty frame hanging by its side, and the loving glance which the old man had given them, and he said, speaking to his host, "Yours?" "Yes, the boys be mine," said the trapper. "One alive and one dead?" "The boys be both living," said the trapper. "Where are they?" asked the man. "Henry camps in the settlements," responded the trapper. "The lad camps higher up." There was a pause for a moment, and then the two men, so unlike in appearance, so unlike in fact, so unlike in opinions, so wildly apart in education, both seasoned with years and white-headed, looked involuntarily into each other's eyes a moment, and then the stranger said, I understand." And then there was another pause. Not an unpleasant study for an artist. The two aged men looking into the firelight, and looking beyond the firelight with the far-sightedness of untechnical but profoundest faith. The great logs all aglow, the hounds sleeping on the hearth, the stranger's dog sitting erect with his large, bright eyes on the face of his master, the flashes of firelight flaming and fading on the wall, and playing hide-and-seek with the shadows in the corner, and through the window a glimpse of the white world outside, the moon and the cold blue sky, and the scintillating stars shining brightly down. For several minutes the silence lasted, and then the stranger said, "You have found a home, John Norton, where most find only a hut, for you have brought love into it. And the angels of heaven would be homeless in the celestial mansions if love was not with them in the places of their abode. And in the dwelling of the man who took me from the poorhouse, I found love, the love between husband and wife, which I had never seen, the love of parents for a child, and the child's love for parents, nor had I ever seen that before. And I found more, John Norton. I could not believe it at first. It was so strange. Love for the outcast. Love for the pauper. Love for the boy whose father and mother were in the depths of the sea, and who had found kicks and curses and cruelty from the time he was old enough to be kicked and cursed and ill-treated, but had never found love." And here the man broke down, his lips twitched, and for a moment he struggled against his feelings. And then he placed his long, thin fingers over his face, rested his elbows on his knees, and wept. His mute companion lifted his muzzle to the thin hands spread over the face and lapped the tears that fell through between the thin fingers and trickled down the back of the thin hands. The trapper never even looked towards his guest. He even, with the innate modesty of true reverence, half averted his face, as if he would not intrude even with a glance into the sacred enclosure of the man's griefs. After a while the man raised his head, wiped the tears from his eyes with the sleeve of his coat, placed both hands on either side of his dog's face, and caressed him for a moment, saying, "Lucky you are a good dog. Lucky you are the best dog in the world." And then to the trapper, "John Norton, will you overlook the exhibition of my weakness? I am not as strong as I used to be, and the memories of that far-off and happy day which I had in the home of my benefactor overcame me." "Friend," said the trapper, "I live nigh on to 80 year, and I've consorted with many people, and I've seed the joys and the sorrows of my kind, and I've seed strong men weep like women, and there be grief that is stronger than courage, and the tears that be honest be for a man's honor, and I honor you in your grief, and I respect you in your sorrows. I trust you found the home of the man that took you in a pleasant place to live in." I did, exclaimed the man. "Only he that seeth all things and knoweth the feelings of all hearts knoweth the joys that I found in that house. For there I found books and opportunities of learning, and I became as a son to my benefactor, and there I lived 10 years, and in those 10 years I found the possibilities of heaven. I studied and learned and grew wise. The man was a scholar himself, and he taught me all his wisdom. And his wisdom was not only the wisdom of learning, but the wisdom of knowing and of inventing. And at that I was quicker than he, and together we explored the secrets of nature, and mingled its forces in skillful combination, and directed their strength in 100 ways for our amusement and for human good. With him I found what was in the air and in the earth, and in the subtle elements that are not named. And we gave names to these elements that were not known, and we gave forms to powers that were not embodied, for man's amusement and for man's benefit. And we found startling things, John Norton, things in the air and the water that no one knew." "I don't understand what you could find out in water," said the old trapper. "That is, anything that ordinary folks don't see." "John Norton," exclaimed the man, "do you know what is in water?" "There's a spring over on Silver Mountain at the foot of the ledge that I run across last year as I was fetching my trail through from the Lawrence, the bottom of which was as yeller as a turnip. It was getting on toward night, and as the spring run a good stream out of it, I conceded I'd better camp down there. It had been a good deal of a tramp, for I'd been taking up a line, and I had 20 or 30 pelts and nigh on to as many traps on my back, to say nothing of the flour and the venison and the camp fixins and the pack. Well, I threw up a brush shanty and started a fire and dipped a pail of water in and set it to boiling, for I thought I'd stir in a few leaves of the tea that Henry brought in from last summer, for the herb takes powerful hold on me, and I felt sort of garnt, a good deal like a canister when the powder's out of it. So I stirred in the tea and steeped it judiciously, and arter I'd boiled and eat the venison, I felt sort of full-like inside. I sat down for a good, cheerful drink. I cooled the cup to the right point and took a mouthful, but there didn't a drop of it get further than my back teeth, for I shut down on it sudden as a hammer falls when the spring is a strongin', and the trigger works quick to the finger." "What was there in it?" exclaimed the man. "The devil was in it," said the old trapper. "Yes, the devil was in it, if a man can judge from the taste, for that water was full enough of sulphur to physic the settlements for a year." "You found a sulphur spring, John Norton?" said the man, laughing heartily at the description that the trapper had given of his experience. "You found a sulphur spring, and sulphur has great remedial qualities in it." "I didn't notice any such thing in it," said the trapper, evidently in the dark as to what the term implied. "I didn't find any such thing in it, but it may have been there all the same, for I don't know how them things taste, and if you say they was there, I won't dispute you. But it was infernal drinking, for certain. I moved on over the ridge afore breakfast, till I came to the river of the Tumbling Falls, where me and the pups found a good healthy drink, and such as natural for men and beasts to quench their thirst with. But you was speaking about something you found in the water. What did you find in the water?" "We found," said the man, "that every drop of water was a world in itself." "It can't be, said the trapper, "for the man would drink the universe up, swallering at that rate." "You don't understand," said the man. "It is a figure of speech that I use, and I said that every drop of water was a world because it is full of living creatures, things that creep and swim and have eyes and structure, true organisms." "Now, you look here, friend," said the trapper. "You be a little careful-like in your speech, for what you say is beyond reason, leastwise touching the waters in the woods here. It may be as you say touching the streams and the settlements, for I've noticed that men spoil the Creator's work, and it may be that in the towns they do spoil the water that the Lord has made for man's comfort. But there ain't no live things in the spring back of the cabin here, for it's pure and clear and sweet, and you can go in the darkest night and drink of it without fear, for it's a flowing stream, and it comes from the cleft of the rock. And there was never a wiggler found in any such water as the pups will tell you, for they and me have drunk it by day and night, and we ought to know." "We won't discuss it," said the man, yielding good-naturedly and mildly to the trapper's earnestness. "But I have a glass in my pocket with which I will show you what is in the water sometime, and the water of the spring you speak of, too, pure as it is. And we found also secrets in the air, forces and powers, full of terrible strength." "That seems reasonable," said the trapper. "For many a time I've seen the power of the Lord in the air. I've seen him set it on fire until the heavens flamed like the judgment, and I've heard his pieces explode louder than cannons when the battle is hot and the gunners ram a double charge. And I've seen the fires of the north flare up as if the end of the world was burning, until the pups shivered with fear. Yes, I know there be powers in the air beyond the power of man, but they be powers of the Lord, and such as man cannot discover and the tongue of man may not name. But they can be named, John Norton, and they can be discovered. And my benefactor and I analyzed the air and found what was in it. and we could separate its elements and bring its mysteries to light. The fires of the north, as you call them, are a wonder, and science, it is true, has not yet discovered their cause. But there is nothing in nature that man cannot discover if he be patient and studious enough in searching for the key that unlocks its mysteries." The old trapper had followed the speech of his guest with the greatest attention. The inquisitiveness of his own mind, which had found a narrower and ruder sphere of exercise, was nevertheless so high in order that he could appreciate the same quality in the mind of another, although the field of exercise had been widely different from his own. "You seem to have had a happy time of it in your studying with your friend. How long did you stay in the family?" "I stayed 10 years," said the man. "Was there any children in the family?" asked the trapper. "There was one child, only one child," repeated the man, but no one who did not hear the words spoken could conceive the tenderness of the tone with which he had spoke, and no one who did not see his countenance as he said "only one child" could imagine that into a face of such peculiar appearance could come an expression at once so supremely gentle and so supremely sad. The old trapper was evidently puzzled how to continue the conversation, for he knew that his question had called up, if not unpleasant, at least sorrowful memories in the mind of his guest, and his breeding was too fine in its natural courtesy, and his sympathies already elicited by the singular biography to which he had listened, too profound for his strange guest, sitting in front of him, to permit him to say, unless inadvertently, a single word that would be an intrusion upon the secrets of his life. The man had fallen into a musing mood, and silence reigned in the cabin. The fire burned low. The great logs, nearly consumed, weakened in the middle, and fell downward into the warm ashes and the glowing coals underneath, with many a spark and jet of flame. At length the man roused himself from his reverie and said, "The motions of the mind are wonderful, John Norton, and thought is swifter than light. Sitting here in your cabin, in the midst of the wilderness, with a stretch of 40 years intervening, my mind has journeyed back to the house of my benefactor. Again I have seen the face of his wife, who was to me as a mother. Again I have heard his voice, as it sounded in my ears long ago. And again I have seen, with all the vividness of her earthly appearance, when she was young and beautiful, the bright being that made the house in which we lived full of light and joy, the being that made me ambitious in my studies, whose hand waved me with encouraging gesture from knowledge to knowledge, and whose presence kindled the darkness of my life into the radiance of hope. But the night is far spent, and I have kept you from your slumber. Some other time I will resume my story, if you desire to hear the tale of my life further. If you will give me a blanket, Lucky and I will sleep here by the fire. I doubt if among all the deeds you have done in your life, John Norton, you have ever done a deed of greater goodness than you have done tonight, for you have given a man and his dog that were hungry the food that they needed. They were freezing, and you have warmed them. They were without shelter, and you received them to your house. They were lonely, and you have cheered them with your companionship. 2 of his creatures have you comforted, and the Lord will give you your reward in the great day." All of this was said gravely, and with that dignity of manner which the simplicity of true, heartfelt gratitude gives to its utterance. Before speaking, the man had risen from the chair, and as he closed, he bowed to the trapper as one who would thus show his appreciation for the favors he had received, while Lucky, the dog, moved in front of the trapper's chair, and, fixing his eyes on the old man's face, wagged his tail gladly as he, too, would make some acknowledgment to his master's host. "Ye be welcome, friend," said the trapper, rising from his seat. "Ye be welcome to what ye have had, and ye be welcome to stay so long as ye will. The days be short and the nights long, and at times it be a little lonely, though the pups be good company, and the boys come and see me off and on. There be skins in the cabin fit for a king to sleep on, and your bed shall be of the softest." So saying, the trapper placed a great roll of bearskins on the floor, and bringing a blanket from his own bed and a pillow for his guest, He retired to his couch, from which the coming of the man had, hours before, aroused him. The man spread the skins in front of the fire, and adjusting the pillow, he gathered the blankets around him and prepared himself for slumber. His dog came to his side, sat down for a moment on his haunches, looked into his master's face, kissed it with his tongue, looked at the fire, wagged his tail happily, and stretched himself by his master's side. The man placed one arm around his body and yielded his senses to repose. The trapper, lying on his bed with his eyes on the two picture frames, also prepared for sleep. And so the two men, the one gazing at the objects which suggested the presence of those he loved, one on the earth and one above, but to his simple faith both equally alive. The other with his arm over the body of his dog, whose love had made him the companion of his wanderings, and the companion, too, in his wants, fall asleep. Outside the world was white and cold and still, no stain on the earth, no cloud in the sky, no sign in all the white expanse below, or the blue expanse overhead, that nature was conscious of human wants or human woes. But above the sky sat one who not only saw the two men sleeping in the cabin, the hounds on the hearth, the dog by his master's side, but all on the earth, whether waking or sleeping, whether happy or sad, not only saw but carried in his bosom their cares, their losses, and their sorrows, as if they were his own. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Man Who Missed It by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. It was nigh onto a month before the man who missed it again alluded to his experiences. Indeed, he had not been physically well. The labors, and above all the repeated misfortunes of his life, had, beyond doubt, materially affected his vital powers. And it was evident that, previous to his finding the trapper's cabin, he had passed through a period of perhaps aimless wandering, during which, without positive design, he had passed beyond the region of the settlements which fringed the wilderness, and penetrated into its depths utterly unprovided for such a serious journey. Exposure by day and night to the storms that beat upon him, and the winds whose chilling blasts pierced his thin and scanty garments, in connection with lack of sleep and lack of food, had served to lessen still more the little strength which the adverse struggle of his life had left him. Indeed, he might well be likened to some ship which, for half a century, had been put to the hardest service, and which had not only borne for years the buffeting of many tempests, but had been weakened through all its structure by the insidious influence of a climate that had sapped the strength of its timbers, and, while it had indeed been blown by the gale which threatened its destruction to a tranquil harbor, it had nevertheless entered in such a condition that those who knew it best felt doubtful that it would ever again leave the harbor, between whose headlands it had found the sorely needed refuge. The day following the conversation which we have narrated in the preceding chapters found the trapper's guest not only indisposed to talk, but even indisposed to move. He rose from his slumber with the looks of a man who rises unrefreshed. He ate but little at breakfast, and after the meal was finished, he took his seat in the easy-chair at the one end of the great hearthstone, as if his weakness, long resisted by effort of his will, had overpowered him at length, and compelled him to quiet. He even dozed as he sat in the chair, sleeping for a few moments, and then rousing himself with a sudden start. At last he said, turning toward the trapper in an apologetic and deprecating tone, "I trust, John Norton, you will excuse my inattention to the duties, and what might be the pleasures of the day. But I am very tired. I have not slept much lately, and that probably accounts for the feeling which possesses me. I feel as if I would like to sleep forever, if it wasn't for Lucky here. Lucky," said he, speaking to his dog, "if it wasn't for you, Lucky, I would like to go to sleep, and sleep forever." The dog, whom the night's sleep had fully refreshed, rubbed his head against the knee of his master, and then, putting his paws on his lap, stretched his mouth to his master's cheek and caressed it with his tongue. The man put both arms around the neck of his dog, laid his face against his shoulder, and when he lifted his head, the trapper noticed that tears had fallen into the shaggy coat. "I tell you what I think you'd better do, friend," said the trapper. "You'd better go to sleep. You look to me like a man that has been on a long trail, which has led principally uphill, and the tramp has been a leetle too much for you, and nater is sort of getting out. Yes, what you want is sleep, and my advice to you is just take to the skins again and sleep it out if it takes a week. You won't be disturbed, for the pups and me be quiet folks, and the neighbors ain't plenty. Yes, you'd better turn in and sleep it out. That's my advice." "May I sleep as long as I want to?" said the man, and he spoke as a boy speaks when asking the greatest of favors. "May I sleep as long as I want to?" he repeated, looking the old trapper in the face and rising feebly from his chair. "Certain, certain," answered the trapper. "There's 4 good months afore the trout be movin' in the rapids, or the big uns will strike a hook in the lake. Yes, I've certainly got time enough. That is, if you don't lose any time in getting at it. So just bunk down in the skins with your dog, and me and the pups will run the shanty while you sort of enjoyin' yourself." The man needed no second bidding. He made him a bed of skins at one end of the cabin, and, throwing himself upon them, in less than a minute his senses were locked in profound repose. The dog went to the old trapper, looked into his face, wagged his tail happily, gave a gleeful jump and twist of his body, and then, trotting to the couch of skins, he curled himself up beside his master and went to sleep himself. But if his master moved even to the least degree, the dog's eyes came open with a snap. He would lift himself on his forward legs and look attentively into his master's face for a moment, and then curl down and close his eyes again. "That's a knowin' dog," said the trapper, "if his bristles be stiff. It was a most unrational cross, for certain, and no sensible hunter would risk it. For the dog of blood is the only one to depend on when the ground be dry, the chase long, and the meat scarce. Yes, the cross was certainly unreasonable, but the dog is a good un, if he does look like thunder." The object of these critical and humorous remarks knew beyond doubt that he was alluded to, for as the old trapper closed, he opened one eye and fastened the bright orb on the old trapper's face, while the other remained shut, and he gave the floor 2 or 3 inquisitive thumps with his tail. A more quizzical look was certainly never seen on a dog's face, nor, taken in connection with the look, a more humorous wag of the tail. The trapper stood and gazed steadily for several seconds at the guest's queer companion. He even closed one eye himself, as if he could return the humor he received. And then his great face began to wrinkle, and the smile, beginning at the corners of his mouth, clomb up the deepening lines as a boy, laughing as he goes, climbs the rounds of a ladder, until it found a lodgment in his eyes, whence it remained looking quizzically and gleefully out. The longer he looked at the dog, the more the smile deepened, until it burst into a laugh. His mouth opened to its widest stretch, and placing a hand on either knee, he indulged his silent mirth to the utmost. A strange spectacle, truly, to see a man and a dog thus exchanging humor. But that the animal enjoyed the passage of fun was evident, for the orb which was fastened on the trapper's face grew brighter and brighter as the pantomime proceeded, and the stumpy tail wagged its sympathetic appreciation with increasing heartiness. It was evident that the trapper doubted his ability to longer restrain his mirth, and fearful lest he should disturb his guest, who was still asleep, he slid out of the door, saying in mirthful gasps, "The cross is certainly unreasonable, but the dog is a good un," and once outside the door indulged his pent-up feelings to the fullest extent. Thus several weeks passed, and the exhausted frame of his guest, ministered unto by nourishing food and perhaps by what was better, abundant sleep, recovered to a great degree its strength, and with the improvement to his physical health was observable also an equal improvement in the tone of his feelings and the hopefulness of his spirit. He had in the meantime talked with the trapper on many themes, and showed himself in his conversations to be a scholar of profound attainments. But not once had he ever alluded to his past life, and the trapper forbore, from a sense of native delicacy, to question him concerning himself. He had not only shown himself a good talker, but a good listener also, and many were the tales connected alike with war and peace with which the trapper had entertained him in the long evenings as they sat by the fire together. It is doubtful if two men were ever before brought together who could give each unto the other such instruction and entertainment, for the worlds in which they had lived, and whose lessons they had learned, were entirely unlike, and the knowledge and experience of each were equally novel and interesting to the other. Thus the two men, both ripened with years and both wise in their way, brought strangely together, became intimate companions. Their mutual respect deepened into friendship as they sat in the long evenings exchanging their opinions and their experiences. And by Christmas time it would not be too much to say that each seemed to the other like a lifelong acquaintance, and not as men who 1 short month before saw each other's face for the first time. It was Christmas Eve. The trapper and his guest were sitting in front of the great roaring fire. The hounds were on the hearth, and the stranger's dog by his knee. The trapper had noticed that his guest had been in an unusual mood during the day. Now he had been restless, walking about the cabin, going to the narrow window, looking out as if he expected to see someone approach, and then he would seat himself in his chair, and, resting his chin on his hand, gaze fixedly upon the floor, lost in profound abstraction. But as the day declined and evening came on, a more gentle and solemn mood took possession of his spirit, causing the prevalent expression of his countenance to be one of sadness. The old trapper had refrained from noticing the peculiar disquietude of his guest, and even now continued to forego the customary conversation lest he should disturb the musings of his friend. Thus the two men sat on Christmas Eve in front of a great fire, silently gazing into it. "It's 30 years ago tonight," the stranger said, speaking at last, and as he said it, as if speaking more to himself than his companion, "It's 30 years ago tonight since she passed away." And then he said, turning to the trapper and repeating the same words, changing the tone of his voice to one of address, "It is 30 years ago tonight, John Norton, since an event occurred which has influenced my life up to this day. Did you ever see one that you loved die, John Norton?" asked the man, looking the trapper steadily in the face. "I have fought on many fields," said the old man, "and I have been in many a scrimmage where men fell round me like autumn leaves. I've seen the general and the private struck down, and I've seen the young man and the old lie side by side, and many a comrade have I buried after the fight was over, or the scrimmage ended. Yes, I have seen many that I loved die." "I know you have been in many battles, John Norton," replied the man, "and I can well imagine that you have lost many friends. But did you ever lose one who was more than a friend, one whom you loved with all the power of your being, and whom, in losing, you lost all that made life valuable?" "I have seen many die, both young and old," said the trapper evasively, "and there be graves I shall never forget. But they died in the Lord's appointment, and the Lord gave me strength to bear like a man the loneliness that their going made." "How did he strengthen you to bear your loneliness, John Norton?" queried the man. "The ways of the Lord be many," answered the trapper, "and he comes and goes on trails that man cannot see. He is as the wind among the trees. You feel the motion, but you see not the power. The lad used to say that thoughts come at his bidding, and I conceit that the lad in his simpleness was wiser than many that be knowing. For more'n once, when standing above graves, I've had thoughts come that strengthened my heart." "What thought, old man, has strengthened you most?" interrogated his companion. "The thought of meeting when the earth is ended," was the response. "Do you think," said the man, "that beyond the grave we shall meet the friends gone on before?" "I certainly conceit we shall," said the trapper. "Do you think," persisted the man, and his eyes shone brightly, and he made a gesture like the gesture of appeal to the trapper, "do you think the spirits of the departed can revisit the earth and are conscious of what we do and say and think?" "It may be that they can," answered the old man. "I know they can," exclaimed his companion. "I know they can. I know a spirit can return either comfort or condemn the living." For a moment the old trapper made no reply. He looked with a steady gaze into the glowing eyes of his companion, as if inwardly debating whether the misfortunes of his life had not to a certain extent unsettled his intellect, and after a moment's inspection, he asked in a respectful tone, "How do you know, friend, that a spirit can return?" "Because," said the man, "once each year, for 30 years, has the evidence been given me. 30 times since she passed from this earth has her bright spirit returned and made me aware of her presence. 30 times on the same night, and at the same hour, and in the same manner, she has made me aware that the ties which bound us together are not broken, and the love that she gave me has not cooled." For several minutes nothing further was said. The trapper rose and placed a couple of fresh logs on the fire and reseated himself. He had scarcely done so before his guest moved his own seat as to bring himself face to face with the trapper, and said, "Old man, for a month I have eaten at your board and slept in your cabin. I have listened to your words and observed your manner of life. I know you are wise with the wisdom that years give, and that you are good with the goodness that only comes to one who has lived honestly in the world. I have found in you what for years I have looked for in vain, an honest man. I told you the first evening that we met a portion of my life. I will resume the narration. Listen. You know what I lost in my infancy and childhood, that as a child I was without father or mother or name or country or home. I will now tell you what I missed in my youth." So saying, the man again resumed the story of his life. "In the house of my benefactor, as I told you, I found a home, for in it was love, the love of husband and wife, the love of parent, and the love of a child. It was a home, also, of finest mood and temper. Kindness and courtesy were the habit of the household. In the 10 years that I lived in that house, I never heard an unkind word or saw an exhibition of bad temper. A house with evil tempers in it, John Norton, can never be a home." "You have a judgmatical way of looking at most things, friend," said the trapper. "I lived in a squatter's cabin down in the Mohawk, nigh on to 40 year ago, e'en a'most a month, and the woman that kept the shanty made it lively for us, I can tell you. You see, she had one of them cross-grained tempers that shouldn't stand the least bit of strain, and being naturally tough in its fibre, it made a good deal of noise when it snapped. Between the redskins and the whites I've heard a good deal of rapid talking off and on in my life, but that woman had natural gifts with her tongue, for certain, and when she fairly got at it, there wasn't room enough in the shanty to hold more'n one at a time. I camped out nights for the most part, for she used to get wound up days, and a mighty little thing in the evening would tetch her off, and when she got a going, the Lord o' mercy himself couldn't stop her. And yet she was pleasant and chirpy enough if you kept on the right side of her, but you couldn't always just tell where the right side was. And a man had to be mighty lively at dodging to keep on reasonable terms with her. You see, I went down to get a touch of the settlements and become sort of civilized, for I had heard a good deal of the pleasant ways they had in the settlements. But a month was enough, and I came back to my cabin in the woods as contented as a bee in his hive. But the house in which I lived was the house of peace, John Norton," continued the man, "and such peace as only springs from affection. My benefactor was the noblest of men, and his wife was the gentlest of women. And the daughter! John Norton, do you think that angels are ever born on the earth?" "It may be," said the trapper. "Yes, it may be occasionally one, off and on. But they don't come often enough to trouble a man with counting 'em, if he is reasonably quick at figures. But it may be you found one, friend, in the house where you lived." I did, exclaimed the man. "If ever an angel was born on the earth, the daughter of my benefactor was one. In body, she was beautiful beyond the beauty of most women, a beauty finer than the beauty of form, however perfect, or for feature, however regular. For hers was the beauty of mind and of spirit, a mind that ruled the face in its expression, and a spirit that categorized the countenance with its own gentleness. Her eyes were blue as the sky you have seen at noonday, John Norton, of that peculiar blue which darkens in feeling when the life within grows intense, and all shades of expression could come to them save of anger. I knew not but that they were capable of that. I only know I never saw it in them." "Perhaps ye gin her no cause," said the trapper. "Perhaps not," said the man. "No, none of us gave her any cause to be angry, for we loved her too well for that. Oh, if I could make you see her, old man! Her hair was bright as the sunshine, and almost of the same tint, as if it had the power not merely to attract the rays, but to hold them amid its wavy masses. I have seen such hair in the pictures that the old masters painted of the heavenly ones, but never in womankind, since we laid the golden hair from sight, and smothered its sunshine in the grave. Her skin was white as a lily, but through the whiteness the eye could see a hint of pink which now and then came to the surface in warmest hue, when life within was stirred, in which one might say, and feel too, John Norton, that he saw the sunrise of a soul warm and pure as the morning. But why attempt description? The years vanish as I speak, and I see her as she was on the evening she died." He paused a moment. His face was white. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched, and he clutched the arms of the chair in which he was sitting with his hands. He was evidently contending with whatever strength he had against the emotion which rolled in waves of feeling over him, as lifted and moved onward by the impulse of memories of the past. In a few moments he continued, with his hands still clutched on the arms of the chair. "It was evening, the evening on which she and I were to be married. The evening on which we were to be married, John Norton. Do you understand?" He looked at the trapper with eyes already moistened for tears. "I understand you," said the trapper, and he bowed his head unconsciously to his guest, but with a motion of profoundest sympathy. "We were to be married," repeated the man. "The priest had come, the friends were present, the father on my right, the mother on the left, the minister in front. The opening words had already been said when I felt a shiver run through her frame. Startled, I turned. She gasped. She flung her hands on high. She gave one piercing scream, and down at the altar's front my bride fell dead." "Good God!" said the trapper. For a full minute not a word was said. The trapper, with startled look and pitying eyes, gazed fixedly at his guest. The man gazed as fixedly into the face of the trapper. "What happened then?" said the trapper, when the silence had become oppressive. "I lifted her in my arms," said the man. "I bore her to her chamber, the chamber that was to have been ours, John Norton, laid the dead and beautiful body on the bed, drove the friends and parents from the room, locked the door, and watched the night out with my bride. Oh, the talk that we two had that night, John Norton! The pledges we gave and the vows that we exchanged, none but the God of the quick and the dead ever knew." "I certainly ask your forgiveness," said the trapper, "if my words hurt your feelings, but I can't conceit, although ye who mean to be truthful, I don't doubt, tell it to me face to face, that the dead ever talked to the living." "John Norton!" exclaimed the man, and he flung his hands on high with imperative gesture. "I swear by the heavens above, where her spirit has its home, that my bride talked to me that night, and she pledged me a solemn pledge that once each year, while I stayed on the earth, if I kept my pledge to her, that she would come, if permitted of God, and make her presence known by signs and movements that I could not mistake. And the vow that she made me in death, she has kept hitherto, and will keep here and now, for this is the night, and—" He would have said more, but the hounds on the hearth moved uneasily, woke from their sleep, sat suddenly up on their haunches, and with inquisitive muzzles scented the air, while Lucky, the dog, moved with some strange feeling of love and fear, crept half up to his master's lap. Either the movements of the hounds, or some cause to the trapper undiscoverable, had checked the man in his sentence, which he finished in a voice scarcely above a whisper, "This is the hour." With the words, the man rose suddenly from his chair and stood erect in the attitude of listening. "Have you ears, old man?" ejaculated he. "Then listen, for the steps of my bride are coming to your door." What he would have said further cannot be known, for the two hounds that had continued uneasily lifted their muzzles into the air and gave in concert a low, mournful, and prolonged cry, while Lucky sank suddenly to the floor, his bright eyes moving from his master's face to the door, and back from the door to his master's face. Nor was the old trapper unmoved. Like all whose lives have been lived in the woods, the superstitious element was strongly developed in him. A child of nature as he was, the marvelous and the mystical found in him, if not a believer, by no means an unsympathetic listener. The unnatural motions of the hounds, whose singular conduct the trapper had not been slow to notice, the impressive manner of his guest, and that stronger but more subtle and indescribable influence which one person, when powerfully moved, can exert upon another, conspired to produce in him an effect which in other circumstances would have been impossible. Be this as it may, he too had risen from his chair with his guest, and thus, amid the profoundest silence, the two men stood in the attitude of listening. Was it the wind? Was it more than a wind? Certainly something moved in the air outside and overhead of the cabin. Moved as wind might move, and yet it was more of a motion than a sound, a motion that seemed to come on and come down as from a height, come down and alight. And then, what was that? Was it a footstep in the snow? A fox, perhaps, brushing swiftly by through the drifts. A rabbit, bounding lightly round the corner of the cabin. And yet, the motion that made the sound, if sound there was slower than the quick step of a fox, and heavier than the light motion of a hare. "Hark!" said the man, and he said it in a whisper, while his face flamed. "She is coming!" Was it imagination? Was it fancy? Was it a trick played on the reason by excited nerves? Was it reality? Something was coming. What? For up the path made in the snow toward the hunter's cabin came a step, a light step, and yet a step that seemed to hurry as if running on swiftest errand, as if fulfilling some mission of need, came swiftly on, came to the threshold of the cabin door, and stopped. For an instant, silence, and then a knock sounded plainly and distinctly on the panels. Whether the words came from him as the direct result of the tension which he was under, or whether they were the result of habit and spoken involuntarily, it would be vain to inquire. But no sooner had the rap sounded on the door than the old trapper lifted his head and, facing the entrance, said, "Come in." For a moment a hand fumbled with the latch, and then the door suddenly opened, and in the open doorway, plain to sight, stood a woman. The man flung his arms into the air, gave a moan, and fell, as if dead, to the floor. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Man Who Missed It, by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Yes, a woman. There is no doubt of that. No spirit ever had such face and eyes and mortal form. A face of earthly beauty, and a form whose perfect poise and active, buoyant life spoke not of spiritual but of perfect mortal mold. A young woman, from whose face looked forth profound astonishment at the spectacle she beheld. The man lying on the floor, the dog, Lucky, scratching at his breast, the trapper with every feature of his face suggestive of surprise. "What have I done?" said the girl. "Is he dead?" And she looked at the man lying on the floor where he had fallen, and the dog Lucky, who was tugging at his garments with piteous cries, as if to him his master was asleep, and he would wake him. "Dead? No," said the trapper. "You see, he isn't very strong, and a little unsteady in his head, as I can see't. And your coming in suddenly on him, when he was expecting somebody else, took him all back. But he'll come to in a minute if you fetch me the dipper of water there." And the trapper moved to the side of the man who had swooned, knelt beside him, loosened his necktie, and began to chafe his wrists. The girl, quick as flash, slipped her hands from her mittens, threw off her jacket, and casting aside her hood, glided to the pail that stood at one end of the hearthstone, and, stooping over the prostrate man, began to sprinkle the water with skillful fingers on his face. As she had thrown aside her hood and jacket, her hair escaped its fastenings. It was bright auburn in color and abundant, and fell with many a wave and curl even to her waist. "Whom was he expecting?" asked the girl, as, placing the dipper on the floor, she seized the other wrist and began to chafe at it with her own soft and glowing palms. "It's hard to say, young woman. Yes, it's certainly hard to say who the man was expecting, or who the old fool called John Norton was really looking for when he opened the door. You see, the man had his ups and the downs have had the best of it for the most part, and he was telling me the story of his life, and he got to an interesting point, for he was telling me that the girl he loved died on his wedding night, and the night was Christmas Eve, and that her spirit always appeared to him on the same night each year, and at a certain minute, too, and that the minute had come. And as he told the story with a good deal of earnestness, it sorter took hold of me, and when he jumped up and said she was coming, you see I riz too. And by the Lord o' mercy, young woman, when I heard the light steps traveling up the path and heard you stop at the door, well, you see, here was a man that said the spirit was coming, and there was your steps, and the pups acting unnatural, and I even almost thought the spirit had come. And when I just told you to come in, I certainly expected that an angel would take me at my word, and I concede they did," said the old man, and he looked into the face of the girl, whose eyes, as her hands continued to chafe the man's wrist, were looking into the old man's face with an expression half of wonder and half of amusement in them. "Yes, I concede they did," and his eyes twinkled and his face beamed with humorous good nature, "but in a body a little too solid for wings to lift, unless they make 'em of unnatural size in eternity." "See," said the girl, "he is coming to himself." "I shouldn't wonder, said the trapper. "A fainting is nothing to be concerned over. If the shirt band isn't too tight, water handy, and them who be tending to the case don't make too much fuss about it, all you have to do is let him lie flat on his back, flirt some water in his face off and on, rub the wrists a little, and keep up a kind of cheerful conversation. That's judicious treatment, as I've noted. There is such a thing as overdoing such matters," said the trapper philosophically, "and a man has got to have a good deal of sense to let nature alone, for nature is nature, and you can't hurry her out of her gait, whether the trouble be in the stomach or the head. But if you'll not hurry her so as to make her overrun the track, she'll work the scent up in time, and be as certain of herself as a hound running with a high nose when the buck is in full sight." At this point the man gave a sudden gasp, and a kind of convulsion shook his frame, at which the dog Lucky gave him a short, quick, joyous bark, and a frisk of genuine happiness. "He's coming too," said the trapper, speaking hurriedly and in a low voice. "You do well to note the dog," for the girl had turned her large eyes toward him at his manifestation of happiness, which the trapper was not slow to observe. "You do well to note the dog, for though he come from a most unreasonable cross, the dog be a good 'un. He be coming to himself," whispered the trapper, "and, young woman, don't you be scared if he acts a little flighty, for though he be an honest man, and his knowledge be something wonderful, still he has his notions. Yes, he has his notions, so don't you be concerned if he acts a little flighty." The caution certainly did not come too soon, for after another gasp he heaved his chest, and another shiver ran through his frame. The man who missed it opened his eyes, and as he opened them his gaze fell directly upon the girl. A more rapid or changeful play of features was never seen upon human countenance. It was true he had awoke from his trance, but reason, that sure guide to correct vision, though struggling back from the depth to which she had been thrown, had not yet fully regained ascendancy. Had there been an angel indeed before him, the awe of his look could not have been more profound than it was as it rested on the face of the girl. Her hair unbound, in waves of gold flowed over her shoulders, covering them almost from sight. Her large, expressive eyes were fastened on him, animated to a degree because of the curiosity, the expectation, and the sympathy which possessed their depths. The man's face was yet white with the pallor of his swoon. He gazed steadfastly a moment at her, who had seemed to his expectant and indiscriminating vision the bright being he had loved and lost long years ago, and then he timidly stretched one hand out toward her own, and after an instant's hesitation, as if to summon courage, he gently touched the warm palm with the tip of his finger. Still he acted like one undecided. He struggled up to a sitting posture, passed his thin hand with steady pressure over his temples once or twice, pinched his forehead with his fingers, as if by some physical effort he would recall his wandering faculties, and then, as his hand fell to his lap, he fixed his eyes again upon the girl and gazed steadily at her face. The trapper's eye was on him, and he noted that, as he gazed, the look of awe died out, and into its place came a look of pain, tempered with gentle sadness. "Thou art like her," he said at length. "Thy beauty is perhaps as great as hers, but thou art not she. Thou hast come in her place. She was true in coming. She has been true in sending thee. She has kept her promise, old trapper, and given me the sign." "What sign did she give you, friend?" said the trapper. "She said she would come each time save one, and then she would send another, as pure as she, but happier, and that one should come a year, lacking an hour, before she would come. And when she came at the end of the year, lacking an hour, she would come for me, and we would find our second wedding at an altar where death could not part us. Young woman, thou hast come in her place. The pledge is kept, and I read the sign. Old trapper, 1 year lacking an hour, and then the man who has missed it will be done with missing." "You shall die at the Lord's appointment, friend," said the trapper sturdily. "We shall come to the edge of the great clearing when the last step of the trail has been trodden, and not before, sign or no sign. For no man may shorten the number of his steps, and no man lessen the number of hours, and no man may set 12 months beforehand the hour of his death, or the manner of his going, whether he die in peace in his bed, or he be struck down in the scrimmage. Now, friend," said the trapper, laying hold of him gently but firmly, "let me help you up, and do ye get into your chair, for you be weak as a kitten, and I have other work to do, or the Lord has made a mistake in sending this young woman here. And now, young woman," he resumed, when he had assisted the man to his chair, "whence come ye, and what evil has befallen ye that ye came running to my door on a winter's night, when I conceded there wasn't a living creature of my kind within 50 mile of my cabin, and certainly none like ye, who be from the settlements, as I plainly see, and—" The trapper turned absolutely white. For an instant his lips moved, as if struggling for speech, but not a sound issued. At last he said, while the pallor of an awful fear spread over his face, "God of mercy, young woman, have you come from Henry?" "I don't know whom you call Henry," said the girl, evidently astonished at the dreadful looks of the trapper's face, the awful fear and pallor of it, as much as at the intensity of his exclamation. It was a spectacle indeed to see the change that came to the trapper's countenance. The whiteness of a terrible dread vanished, and his cheek took its natural hue. The tightness of his look relaxed, and his fingers, that had been nervously clutched, unclosed from the palm. "God be praised," said the trapper, speaking as a man speaks when his feelings are too tense for silence. "God be praised for your ignorance. I thought, mayhaps, the boy was gone, and that my eyes would see his face no more. The grave under the pine is enough. When another of the three be made, may his eyes see it, not mine. But why did you come?" continued the trapper, "and what be your wants?" "My name is Magnet," said the young woman, "and I came for help, and I want you to be quick. For though I do not think he is suffering from cold, and though he told me not to hurry, for he is in no pain, yet I know he must be in pain, for—" "Who is in pain? Speak quick, young woman, and put on your things. For if a man be in pain, and he is waiting for us, the sooner we get to him the better." "It is my brother," answered the girl, slipping into her warm fur-lined jacket and tying her hood closely under her chin, while the old trapper shoved his feet into the moccasins and reached for the foxskin cap over the doorway. "It's my brother," she repeated, "who is sickly, and has come into the woods because his physician has given him up, and said he must die, and my brother said he wouldn't die, and I said so too, and the physician said perhaps he wouldn't if he could get into the woods, and so we started for your cabin, for we had heard of you, John Norton. My brother knows the man whose brother you saved in the rapids last year, and he told us to come straight to your cabin, and you would care for us, and so we left our city home, as I said, and started for this point. A countryman brought us in from the edge of the woods till we struck the borders of the lake, just after the sun had set, and he wouldn't go another step, for he said the ice was uncertain, and he didn't know the breathing holes, and he proposed to camp till morning and then come on. But my brother was impatient to be here, for you see he was excited in being so near to you, of whom he had read and heard so much, and he said he would walk if I would, and so we took the direction from the teamster, who said we would see the light of your cabin after we had passed the second island, and sure enough we did, and we got on famously, and were almost here when my brother slipped and fell and sprained his ankle so that he could not walk, but I could see the light shining bright through your little window, and I hurried on, and I came running to your door, and you know the rest." It had all been told in far less time than it takes to write it, for the girl spoke hurriedly in her excitement and didn't waste a word. "Ye be a brave girl, Magnet," said the trapper, "and ye have acted with judgment. Stay where ye be, friend," said he, speaking to the man who had missed it, "unless you feel like histing 2 or 3 more logs into the fire. And say," continued the trapper with his hand on the latch, "put over the kettle and get the water boiling. The boy will need a warming drink when he comes. No, Magnet, you mustn't walk. Your feet have been far enough tonight. Get into the sled." And the old man pulled the sled from the corner of the building, against which it was standing, and threw a bearskin over it in such a way that it would answer for a cushion and a covering both. "Get into the sled and tuck yourself in, and I'll give you a ride such as you can't have in the settlements if your horse hasn't but 2 legs. No, said the old man, laughing to himself as he started on. "You needn't tell me the direction, for I've got the line of your trail, and it isn't often that I follow so small a track either." And the old man, laughing to himself, started on a dog trot up the lake, for the snow on the ice was light and offered little impediment. They had gone 1/2 a mile, perhaps, when the trapper turned his face backward to the sled and said, "Well, Magnet, are you a good judge of distance?" "I think you have gone halfway," said the girl in a clear, hopeful voice, "for it's a little this side of the island where he slipped." "Good enough," said the trapper. "You've got a judgmatical eye for certain. And as it isn't likely to wake any neighbors, I'll send a sound down towards your brother that'll let him know he ain't 1,000 miles off." And the old trapper came to a stop for a single step and sent a call from his mouth into the frosty air, the echoes of which, passing from bluff to bluff, must have gone nearly to the inlet. The girl laughed pleasantly at the energy of the sound. "Shh!" said the trapper. And answering, "Hullo!" came across the surface of the snow. A brave and cheerful sound it was, full of gladsome courage, although by no means strong, as if the spirit rather than the mouth sent it forth. "That is Tom," said the girl. "Dear old fellow. I'm afraid he thinks I have been gone a long time." "He's a good 'un," said the trapper, "if a man can be judged by the sound of his voice, for his call had hope in it, and a kind of cheerful certainty that a coward couldn't send forth." "Tom is no coward," said the girl. "He would have died long ago if he hadn't been determined not to. You don't think he'll die up here, do you, John Norton?" And the girl put the question plaintively. "Die? ejaculated the trapper. "Certainly not. No one can die up here, unless the number of his days be run out by reason of his years, or his spirit be crushed by reason of his troubles. Die? No, no man can die with an appetite, and your brother will be eating like Henry himself before he has been in the cabin a week." "Who's Henry?" asked the girl. "Henry be mine," said the trapper. "I had two, Henry and the lad. The lad be gone, but Henry be left. You'll know him some day, perhaps." "I didn't know that you had children," said the girl. "Not arter the flesh, Magnet, not arter the flesh, but arter the spirit, and Henry and the lad be mine arter the spirit." While the dialogue had been going on, the old trapper had maintained his steady trot, and at a pace that ate up the distance of a mile rapidly. "I see him," said the trapper in a moment. "He has crawled to the point of the island, and just lightening him a fire. Your brother has his wits about him, that's certain, and is acting like a man of sense. But we'll give him a better fire than he'd make out here if he burnt the island over." "Here we are," said the trapper in a moment, as he swung up to the point of the island. "Here we are, young man, and the cabin's not far away." "Tom, dear Tom," said the girl as she jumped from the sled, and running up to the man seated on the shore, she flung both her arms around his neck and kissed him. "Dear Tom, here is John Norton." "Never mind the greeting now," said the old man. "The air be biting, and the cabin be warm." And putting his arms out, he lifted the young man upon the sled and wrapped him up warmly in the skin. And without another word, he seized hold of the tongue of the sled and started toward the cabin. The girl, with many questions to her brother touching his feelings, and with many a cheering word touching the warm fire ahead and the hearty greeting she had received from the trapper, tramped along beside him. Thus the three, the trapper, happy in the thought of the deed he was doing, the young man who was determined not to die, and the girl whose love was equal to his courage, passed rapidly on over the snow and came to the trapper's cabin. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Man Who Missed It by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The trapper flung open the door, and lifting the man bodily from the sled as if he had been but a child, carried him into the cabin and placed him down in the great armchair that stood in front of the fire, while his sister removed his cap, overcoat, and wrappings, with a quickness and dexterity which only a woman brings to the performance of such homely ministries. It took but a few moments of time for the trapper to examine the young man's ankle, which, when he had done, he proceeded to dress with its proper wrappings. For in his checkered and eventful life, on march, in battle, and in hospital, he had no little practice in practical surgery. "You certainly had a pretty sudden slip, and you've got a pretty bad strain in the ankle here," said the old trapper as he was preparing to wind the bandage on to the extended limb. "And a strain in the ankle is e'en most as bad as a crick in the back. And either one of 'em is enough to learn a man his mortality, as I conceit. It's certainly strange how the giving out of some little joint or cord or bone in a man's body will kink him up as much as it does." "The old hymn says," said the girl, speaking in a bright, cheerful tone, "strange that a harp of 1,000 strings should keep its tune so long." "That's a goodly number of strings," said the trapper, answering her bright look with a face that broadened and beamed in its good nature. "That's a goodly number of strings, Magnet, for an ordinary-sized instrument to have. I was up in the fur country nigh on to 10 years ago, where the Injuns and half-breeds hunt for the company, and I don't conceit that a meaner set of human beings be on earth, for atween their thieving and their drinking and their murdering, they keep an honest man pretty active. You see, I went up there to sort of see the country and have a good taste of trapping as I used to know it, for I'd heard that fur was plenty in them parts, and the country not overcrowded. So I just went up there, and picking out a couple of good streams, I went to work in an honest sort of way. I hadn't been there more than a week afore half a dozen of the half-breeds, with 2 or 3 Frenchers, dropped into my cabin one night to warn me off. They was a pretty noisy set of chaps, and arter a good deal of blustering, they said they'd give me just 2 days to get out of the country." "Did you go, John Norton?" asked the girl, with her bright eyes fixed on the old trapper's animated countenance, as he continued to wind on the bandage. "Not exactly in the 2 days, Magnet," said the old trapper. looking up with a gleam in his eye that chilled the humor of their expression. "I sort of argued with 'em for a while. I told 'em I'd come up to see the country and get acquainted with their way of doing things, and have a sort of breathing spell. That I didn't mean to do anything wrong or make any enemies. If they had any streams they especially liked, seem as how they was natives, I'd stand aside and take some poorer ones. You see, Magnet, I talk sort of easy to 'em. For if there was to be a fight, I wanted to be on the right side, and I concede that a man who tries to get along without a fight is on the right side of it, if he has to go into it arter all." "I hope you didn't have to fight, did you, John Norton?" asked the girl. "It got pretty near it," said the trapper. "Yes, it got pretty near it," repeated he as he held up the coarse needle that he was trying to thread between the fire and his eye. "For I burnt considerable powder off and on afore I got rid of the critters. You see, they was sort of unreasonable, and they wouldn't listen to sense. And arter I found they hadn't any judgment, I left off talking." "What did you do, John Norton?" said the young man, whose face showed that he was following the trapper's experience with intense interest. "After you left off talking?" "Well, you see," answered the trapper, "they was unreasonable, and there wasn't but one thing to do. I certainly think this needle hasn't got an eye to it. I wish I could get a needle that a man could get a decent-sized string through in less than half an hour's punching. There wasn't but one thing to do," continued the trapper, having at last, by the sheerest luck, found the eye of the needle. "You see, they got to talking louder and louder, and then they went to sort of handling their knives and edging around me, till I conceded the thing had gone about fur enough, and so I reached for my rifle, loosened my knife a trifle, and spoke to the pups, who certainly seemed to understand their lingo, for their bristles was up and their teeth was looking sassy. So I just reached for the rifle and spoke to the pups, and we educated them half-breeds for about 5 minutes, and give 'em our ideas of the matter." "I shouldn't have thought," said the young man, "that you could have held your own against them all." "There was considerable doubt about who owned the cabin for a minute or two," answered the trapper. "For though there wasn't any of them very big size, yet they belonged to a nimble breed, and a nimble fellow in a scrimmage is a man ye have to look out for. But the pups was a good deal of help, for they didn't like the smell of the critters from the first, and they showed considerable earnestness, and I got rather riled myself in the talking, for they was mighty sassy, I can tell you. And so when I let loose on 'em, I did it with the feeling of a man who got worsted in the talking, and got to make it up in the doing. Yes, it was a lively time for certain," said the trapper, laughing to himself. "For though I didn't burn any powder, for you see, Magnet, I didn't want to do any violence, I only wanted to sort of educate 'em a little and give 'em the main points of the case, as I understood the rights of the matter. I did use the rifle stock a little loose, and when that broke, I reasoned with 'em of a small bench that was in the cabin, till the cabin got too small to hold anything more than the bench and the pups. For the bench can fill up a good deal of room, if you handle it a little loosely and ain't too particular what it hits." "Did they let you alone after that?" said the young man. "No, they didn't," said the trapper. "They pestered me all they could, but I stood my own for nigh on a month, and they hadn't been playing their devilments on me more'n a week before it got to be a good deal like old-fashioned times, and the man that could send lead straightest and get to cover quickest had the best of it. I stood my own as long as I conceded it was safe, and then I gathered up my traps and took the back trail, for the whole country was actually swarming, and they followed me nigh on to 50 mile, and we had a good deal of dodging and shooting along the way. But I got out of it alive, and I brought back one whole skin anyway, and that's more'n a dozen or more of them could say." "I don't see why you should run risks, John Norton," said the girl, "merely for the sake of a few skins." "Risk?" answered the trapper. "There wasn't any special risk as I know on, for there wasn't any of their tricks that I hadn't seen afore, and I could just tell about what the sneaking critters would do. If I had only had Henry with me, and the lad, and the boy had liked the fun, we would have stayed, and trapped the season through, and we'd picked our streams, too, for with one good rifle in the cabin and 2 trusty pieces on the trail, there ain't half-breeds enough in the north country to drive 'em out if they made up their minds to stay. There," said he as he finished sewing the bandage and stuck the needle into the lapel of his coat. There, young man, you needn't worry about your ankle. The pain is about out of it now, and you'll be using it as well as the other in a day or two. And now," said he, rising to his feet, "what shall I call you, young man, and what can I do for you?" "You are to call him Tom," said the girl, "and you are to call me Magnet. We've got other names, of course, by which we are known in the city, but we've come up here to be children, Tom to get well, and I to help him get well. So call him Tom and call me Magnet. Won't that do?" And the girl looked brightly up into the old trapper's face. "Certainly, certainly," said the old trapper, laughing. "One name is as good as another if the man that owns it is contented with it. If you want to be children, you shall be children, and I'll call you by the names ye have said." "But you asked us what you could do for us, John Norton," she replied. "Certainly, Magnet, that's what I said," responded the trapper. "We want you to build a house for us," said the girl. "A little log house, just like this, right beside yours here somewhere. And we've brought everything in to furnish it. It's all down on the load with the teamster, bedding and chairs and provisions and everything we need. And if you'll only build us a house right here by yours and let us live with you till Tom gets well, I shall be the happiest girl in the world. Will you do it, John Norton?" "Certainly, Magnet, certainly. I've built a great many housen, as you call 'em, in my day with nothing but an axe. And I can throw you up a cabin in a couple of days, and snug 'un, too. You can live as comfortable in it as a squirrel in his hole." "But we want to board with you, John Norton," continued the girl. "We want to come over and eat at your table and stay with you all the time while we are not asleep. May we do it?" "Of course you may," said the trapper. "And ye shall have enough to eat, for venison is plenty and fat this winter." The girl stooped and whispered to her brother for a moment, and then she looked up to the trapper and, hesitating, said, "How much will you let us pay you a week for our board, John Norton?" "I don't understand you," said the trapper, and he looked from the face of the girl to the brother, and then from the brother's face to hers, and again he said, "I don't understand you." A fine color came into the girl's face, and she looked at her brother and hesitated a moment as if studying for the best possible way to say what, woman-like, she was determined to say, and then dashing at it with a charming frankness that became her so well, she burst out, "We are not poor, John Norton. We are rich. We have all the money we want, and more, too. And we don't want to be beggars. We want to pay you for all your trouble, and we shall be a great trouble to you. So do tell us what we shall pay you." "Magnet," said the trapper, "I know little of what you call money, and I need little. For the wants of a man who lives according to nature are few, and his needs be easily met. You and your brother have come to my cabin, and ye are welcome to stay, and all that's mine ye are welcome to. And as for your money, I have no need of it, and so that is settled. And as you have told me your names, I will tell you the names of them to be here. The dog on your right, Magnet, is Sport. The one on your left is Rover, and they be well bred. You'll find both companionable arter their kind. You'll find Rover a little slow and not given to play, for the dog is aging, and years make a man and dog alike grave and steady. And now that you know the pups, I'll introduce you to my friend. Children," said the old man, turning toward his guest, who came forward from the corner of the room in which he had been silently sitting. "Children, this is a man who came in trouble to my door, and I made him welcome. He has had his griefs and his sorrows, and he calls himself the man who has missed it, and I don't gainsay his name, but I call him Friend, for that is the shorter name, and as between he and me it answers the purpose of our companionship. The dog you see by his side he calls Lucky. I don't conceit the reason of the name, but that doesn't matter. The dog is a knowing dog, and Lucky is his name. And now that we know each other," said the trapper, as if slightly relieved that the introduction was over, "now, friend and children, since we all know each other, we can all feel that we are at home." And so saying, the old trapper seated himself, as did the others, around the great fire that roared and crackled and flamed its flashes and spangles of light and vagrant gleams into the otherwise dark recesses and corners of the great room. So the four were sitting on Christmas Eve in the cabin in the wilderness. In the cities, chimes were being tuned in preparation for joyous Christmas morn, Parents were busy in those secret ministries of love which makes happy the hearts of the children, and children themselves were sleeping, dreaming happily of the morrow. Save here and there a child, perhaps, that had no parent, had no love to make ready gifts, had no happy Christmas morrow, and into whose uneasy slumber would come that night no bright vision of gift and happy festival. "Children," said the trapper after a few moments of silence, "my friend here was telling the story of his life afore you come in, Magnet, and though I have knowed a good many folks that had their struggles, and have had some disappointments myself on and on, little setbacks such as a man is likely to get in, a scrimmage or a square stand-off fight, where a good deal of powder is burnt and the knife and the rifle stock is used careless-like, yet I never knowed a man in all my life that has had anywhere near as much uphill work from the beginning as my friend has, according to his telling. For you see, children, to start with, his mother and father was lost at sea when he was a little babe, and all on board the ship was lost with him, and the little babe as he was the only being saved. I've read in the Scripture that the Lord notes the little sparrows, and sort of keeps an eye on the foxes, though I don't see exactly the necessity of that, for a fox be a cunning critter, and I never knowed an old mother fox that couldn't take care of herself, and her kittens, too, if there was an average run of rabbits, and partridge was ordinarily thick. Still, I don't doubt what the Scripture says, you understand, and I suppose that the eyes of the Lord be sighted to see everything, and so he couldn't overlook, if he wanted to, the foxes." "I suppose," said Magnet, "that in the sentence you have quoted, the Savior was comparing his poverty with the birds and the foxes, and meant to suggest that while the birds had their nests for a home and the foxes had their holes, he had no home on the earth." The old man deliberated a moment as if the girl had suggested a new idea to him. Then he continued, "It may be as you say, Magnet. It certainly looks sort of reasonable as you think of it. But there is difficulties in accounting for it, unless the camps in his country was a good way apart, or the people unnaturally stingy, for he couldn't have struck any region here in the woods and fetched a trail through 50 mile, and not found a man to take him in and give him a good welcome. And a cabin, if the joints of a loggin be well made, and as well placed as to wood and water, and the game is anyway plenty, isn't a bad place to live in, especially if a man happens to be without a home. But it may be as you say, Magnet, only they must have been a mighty mean set, take them as they run, when the Lord was on the earth." "They were, John Norton," said the girl. "They were hard-hearted and cruel, and they hated him because he was good, and he came to make them better." "I hear the missioners say that was the real gist of the matter," answered the trapper. "But they didn't put it as well as you have, Magnet, for they made a good many words about it, and sort of mixed things up, so that me and the pups had to do a good deal of counseling arterwards to make out just what they meant. But if he hadn't come," continued the trapper, looking toward his friend, "he wasn't any worse off than my friend here, for the only home he had was a poorhouse, and it wasn't a very comfortable spot either for a mortal to enjoy himself in, as he pictures it. And then the worst of it was, you see, he didn't know his name, for his mother and father was drowned when he was a little babe, and a man without any name is as bad off as a dog without any name. Nobody knows who he is, and he doesn't know who he is himself. And my friend here didn't know who he was, and, as he says, he hadn't mother nor father, nor country nor home, nor friend nor name. And that's a count that brings a man to the last skin in the pack, as I conceit." "But certainly," said the girl, casting a pitying look toward the man who had missed it, who was gazing with a sober expression into the fire, but who, in answer to her look, lifted his eyes to her face as one who would take the beauty and goodness of it as they who are hungry take food. "Certainly he found friends at last." "Yes," said the trapper, "he did, and good friends, too. It took him from the poorhouse and gave him a home with him." "How many were there in the family?" asked the girl, and she looked not at the trapper, but at the man who had missed it. "There were 3, answered the man. "The father, my benefactor," and he spoke the word with falling inflection of reverence, "his wife, and 1 child, a daughter." "Now," said the trapper, "you've got nigh to the point where we was at when your comin' broke us off, leastwise pretty near it. You see, my friend, who was a boy then, growed up with a girl, and as was natural, they growed to love each other. The wedding day was set, and they were actually in front of the minister who was to marry 'em, and something happened." "What happened then?" asked the girl eagerly, and she and her brother turned their faces quickly toward the man who had missed it. The man who had missed it again lifted his face to the girl's and said in a calm, steady, but infinitely sad tone, "My bride fell dead at the altar." The faces of the two young people were a study to see. How full of finest ministry to the sorrow of this world is the expression which the faces of the sympathetic can give us in our trouble. The girl rose quietly from her chair, moved to the side of the man who had missed it, and lifting one of his hands held it for a moment in both of her own, and then she laid it down on the arm of the chair and quietly reseated herself. The dog Lucky came round in front of the girl, moved up to her side, and lifting his muzzle gently, caressed her hand resting on the arm of her chair. "The dog's a knowing dog," said the trapper, nodding to the brother. "There isn't much going on in this cabin that he don't see. I'm a little uncertain about the cross, but he's got a good breeding in him somewhere, if it is a good deal mixed. Now, friend," said the trapper, "if you feel like it and the children don't feel sleepy, I would like to have you take up the trail of your story where Magnet's come and crossed it, and carry it on a little. And I certainly hope there didn't anything else happen of evil after your bride was taken away from you. For if there did, it certainly looks as if the Lord had overlooked you in the appointments of his mercy, with which he tempers the lot of the weak and the unfortunate, and levels the ups and downs of life to some sort of a respectable average." "John Norton," answered the man, "my bride had scarcely been buried before another calamity almost as great as her death befell me." "Friend," said the trapper, "if I didn't know you was a truthful man, I should certainly doubt the story you be telling me. For of all the men I've ever seed that had woes on the earth, and my eyes have seen human trouble enough to make me at times doubt if the Lord is mindful of his creatures, I never seed a man that had gained so little and missed so much as yourself. And now, friend, be careful of your words, and make nothing larger than it was, but tell me plainly what sort of evil happened to you next." The man looked into the face of the trapper with clear and steady gaze, and then, as if he would pick the fewest possible words to describe the greatest possible grief, he said, "My benefactor died." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Man Who Missed It by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. For a full moment no one spoke. The three looked at the man who missed it with eyes which expressed the sympathy of their hearts, but no word escaped them. Indeed, they knew not what to say. The death of his benefactor, following so swiftly as it did the death of his bride, put such a climax to precedent misfortunes that the hearers felt themselves unable to express in words an adequate sense of his overwhelming loss. For several minutes the silence continued, when the man who missed it interrupted it by resuming his narrative. "Yes, my benefactor died as suddenly as his daughter had died before him. He was standing by my side in the laboratory, conducting with me a system of experiments. He was stating a proposition and looking directly in my face, when a change, swift as a flash, came to his countenance. The very word he was speaking halted in his throat. He threw his hands into the air and dropped, without a moan or a struggle, dead at my feet. The double misfortune literally broke the heart of the mother and the wife, and she, too, died that night, and we buried them both at the same time, one coffin on either side of my bride's coffin. 3 coffins in one grave, John Norton. And when the mound was rounded over the 3, I stood beside it, once more without a home and without a friend. All that I had won I had lost. All that I had hoped for I had suddenly missed." "No, you had not lost all," said the girl, and her face brightened. "You had not lost all, for you had your mind and your learning left, and all the wisdom and cunning that learning had brought to your natural abilities were with you. Were they not, John Norton?" And the girl flashed a glance into the old man's face. Certainly, Magnet," responded the trapper. "Knowledge be a thing you can't take from a man, nor a hound unless you kill him. and a man with learning can do a'most anything, if he has the right spirit within him." "I admit the force of what you say," said the man. "It is true that no calamity which leaves the reason untouched and the spirit unsubdued can rob man of the powers and pleasures of intelligence, and this thought it was which strengthened me in my affliction. And when I left the neighborhood where I had spent so many happy years, I carried with me a great grief indeed, but with it also a great hope. And I faced the uncertainties of the future with a spirit braced to overcome its obstacles and to remove whatever impediment there might be in my path." "You was wise in that," said the trapper. "I've been in some tight places myself off and on in my life, but I was never in a place yet I didn't get out of, and in pretty good shape, too, considering all the circumstances. I don't doubt but what you got along pretty well, friend, arter you got to work, and if you don't mind telling us, I would like to know what trail you stuck to arter you left the 3 graves." "I have told you," said the man, "that I was by nature ingenious. I was born with the faculty of invention. With my benefactor I had been a student of nature. With him I had discovered many of the forces which are in the earth and the air. I discovered the law which governs the movement of storms. I made myself acquainted with the scientists of the age. I showed them my data. I unfolded the principle. In my enthusiasm I gave them all the facts which years of patient investigation had brought to my knowledge. I did it in the enthusiasm born of my success. I had no doubt of my reward." "You got your reward?" said the girl interrogatively. "I got no reward," said the man. "The men in whom I had confided betrayed me. They were rich. They were titled. They were men known throughout the world. They examined my data. They took from me all the knowledge with which I was possessed. They mastered the principles that by years of patient investigation I had discovered, and then—" "What did they do then?" said the girl. "They published them as their own discoveries," said the man. "They stole my knowledge and gave me no credit. They appropriated the honor that belonged to me. They never even gave me an honorable mention in their reports." He said this with a vibration of bitterness in his voice, with the emphasis of a man who feels that he has been greatly wronged, and yet with the sadness, too, of one who feels that the wrong will never be righted, and that the injury done him is irreparable. "They were vagabonds," said the trapper. "Yes, they were natural thieves. It was no better than the half-breeds to steal the skins from another man's trap, though his name be cut into the iron as plain as a file can do it. I trust ye ambushed them in their thieving, friend, and squared accounts with them afore you took up the line and left the country?" "John Norton," responded the man, "it is little that a poor man can do against a rich man, or that a lowly one can do against them that are in high places. It was a theft that I could not indict at the law. The property they stole from me was not that of money and lands, but of honor, of reputation, and of credit for having served the age and advanced it in intelligence and power. If I applied for membership to their society, they would not admit me. If I called at their studies, I would get no audience. I went to the editors of the great journals, and they looked upon me as crazy. I was poor, and they who had stolen my knowledge were rich. I was unknown, and they were honored. I was alone, and they were a part of a system. What could I do, one against the many?" "They had the best on you, for certain," said the trapper. "Yes, the sneaks had the best on you. But I'd have warmed 'em in some way if I had been in your place afore I was done with the rogues." "It was not a case, John Norton, in which physical force or human courage could win the fight. I had ascertained scientific facts of the utmost import, but they had been stolen from me by those whom the people honored, and why should the people believe a man without money, without title, without friends, when over against him are the honored and the great? But it makes little difference," said the man sadly. "I shall get my reward by and by, perhaps." "Friend, the Scripture says that the Lord will appoint a day in which the vagabonds and them that have done evil on the earth will get a general overhauling, and the idea is certainly a reasonable one. Now, when that day comes, don't you fail, friend, and do ye put in your case as strongly as you can when the matter of the cheatin' comes up. You'll find me somewhere in the crowd, for I've got one or two things that'll have to be attended to myself. Not matters of any great weight, for I have generally kept the account pretty well squared as I went along. But there is a sneak of a half-breed up on the Canada line, nigh the headwaters of the St. Regis, that's got 2 good pelts that belong to me, if there is any ownership in trapping, and his case will certainly come up in the judgment, unless I can manage to get time to take a journey to the north end of the woods once more. And if I do, the Lord needn't pay any special attention to him, for I know the points of the case, and I have a pretty good idea of such matters. And if I can get up to the Canada line and the vagabond hasn't moved out of the country, I'll settle the matter in a judicious manner. But I certainly advise ye to be on hand at the judgment, and make them rogues give back what they stole from you. And if you get into a little discussion over the matter, and you want any help, you see, ye being one and they being several, if they should get noisy, you might want a little help. And the old man moved his chair a trifle towards his guest in the simple earnestness of his confidential tender of assistance. "I don't see," said the girl, "what good a scientific reputation will do one in heaven." "Hoot!" said the trapper. "Magnet, you don't understand these things. A man's reputation is his reputation, wherever he be, as I conceit, and it goes with him as the skin goes with a duck, whether he dives or flies. Friend, don't you mind what the girl says, for she be a girl, and you just stand up for your rights. And if you want any help, as I was saying, any man to swear you're right in your charges, or to put in a few licks arter the verdict is given." "But John Norton," said the girl, interrupting him, "you don't suppose that we are going to have bodies in heaven, do you?" "Bodies? Of course I do," said the trapper. "Lord, Magnet, how is a man going to get along without a body? Why, we couldn't see each other if we didn't have bodies." "But, John Norton," said the girl again in her earnestness, interrupting him, "if we do have bodies, they won't be at all like these, but a great deal better." "Better?" returned the trapper. "There can't be a better body, Magnet, than this'n. Why, I've lived nigh unto 80 year, and I've never knowed a pain in my life, or an ache, save as such a man as gets on a scrimmage or in a battle, or such as he has in his stomach when meat is scarce and he is unnaturally hungry. You see, I know what I'm talking about, Magnet. A man who talks from an experience of 80 year isn't guessing at the thing. No, the Lord can't make a better body than he give me at birth. Leastwise, I'll be perfectly contented if he'll give me another as good as this has been, and keep it running forever." The man had listened, apparently, with a good deal of interest to the conversation, for the girl's animation and the old trapper's earnestness were amusing. But when the trapper had closed with a sententious opinion touching the perfection of the mortal body, the man who missed it joined in the conversation, or rather continued his narrative. "I was a good deal cast down," he said, "for a time after I was cheated of the credit which belonged to me in the matter of which I was speaking. But though they could steal the results of past study, they could not steal the investigating quality of my mind. Knowledge remained with me, and out of the knowledge I had gained sprang other knowledge, and the line of my previous study led me to another and more important discovery." "What was it?" said Tom, speaking for the first time, but who had listened as one greatly interested. "What was your next discovery?" "I had discovered the laws which govern the movement of storms. I next discovered the cause of storms itself." "I beg you to explain it," said the young man. "I have been something of a natural student myself, and the physical sciences have been my delight." "I am glad to meet you, sir," said the man, speaking with animation. "I am glad to meet one who can enter sympathetically into the labors of my life, and who can appreciate, therefore, the losses I have met." And the man turned his chair until he sat facing the young man and addressed his explanation directly to him. "I discovered, as I have told you, the movement of storms. I found that it was rotary, and that they moved with various degrees of rapidity. I knew that if I could command telegraphic communication, the approach of a storm might be known days before it would come, and the commerce of the country could be governed self-protectingly by the knowledge. And it took me years of patient examination before the cause of storms was revealed to me, but at last I found it." "What did you find it to be?" asked the young man. "I will explain it to you," responded the man. "It is this. The origin of all storms is found in heat. Heat comes from the sun and the planets. When these sources of heat are brought in conjunction above any special area of the earth's surface, that area is subject to unusual heat. The atmosphere resting above that area becomes exceptionally rarefied and rises upward, and makes an atmospheric vacuum, and a rapid movement of air occurs, the outward atmosphere rushing tumultuously in towards the center of the vacuum. Thus storms, tempests, and tornadoes are caused. Granted, therefore," continued the man, speaking with great rapidity and earnestness, "a certain planetary conjunction above a certain area of territory at a certain time, and at that time within that area of territory a storm of greater or lesser violence according to the degree of heat thus localized is sure to occur. Do you follow my explanation?" "I do," said the young man, speaking with animation. "I follow it perfectly, and it is not only novel, but it is startling. If storms originate in heat, and the heat originates in planetary conjunction, and the planetary movements which result in the conjunction are astronomically known, why—" And the young man hesitated a moment, while his eyes fairly shone with the intensity of thought which had flashed upon him. "Why cannot storms be predicted as certainly as an eclipse?" "They can be," said the man who missed it. "I can predict a storm 1,000 years before it will come." "Friends," said the trapper, "suppose you fetch up a minute at that point. You're pushing the trail a little too fast to make all the blazes plain, leastwise on both sides of the tree. And if you ain't careful, you'll get further into the swamp than you'll find your way out without a good deal of hollering. Now, Magnet and me have been paying pretty close attention to what you've been saying, and it may be that storms do go whirling around, for I've seen the little wind puffs spin themselves across the lake, and you can't live in the woods a month in the fall and not see the winds play their whirligigs with the leaves. And if it's true with the little puffs, I conceit that it might be true with the big uns. And it may be that storms do move in the way you say, though arter my way of thinking they can't be relied on to move any way in particular. For storms have their notions, and be a good deal like a woman with too many ideas in her head and little over-earnestness in her feelings. You can't always tell which way you'll find her." "I ask your pardon, Magnet," said the old trapper, speaking to the girl, who had interrupted him with a clear peal of laughter. "I ask your pardon, Magnet, if what I've said about the uncertainty of women's ways seem unkind to you. But I've watched them a good deal off and on in my guiding, and in my trips to the settlements, and I've come to the opinion that women be a good deal uncertain. You can't prophesy overnight how they're going to feel the next day. Not that I conceit that that's anything agin 'em, Magnet, for the prettiest things in nature be the things that change oftenest. But there's nothing prettier than to see a woman change her mind overnight, especially if she was on the wrong side of the question when she went to bed. But, friend, as to your prophesying about the coming of a storm a year or two before it comes—" "I said 1,000 years, John Norton. I can predict the coming of a storm 1,000 years before it comes." 1,000 year!" exclaimed the trapper. "That's even most as long as eternity." "Yes, yes," said the trapper, while an inexpressibly quizzical look came into his countenance. "I dare say you can prophesy it, but I don't conceit the storm will come any more for your prophesying." "Did you ever see an eclipse, John Norton?" asked the man. "Sartain," replied the trapper. "There was one a year afore last. Me and the boys was camping on the Raquette that summer, and a big un it was, too. For the sun was blackened at noonday, and the stars came out 8 hours before they oughta, and the earth looked as if it had gone to a funeral, and everything was dreadfully solemn. I didn't mind much about it, for I'd seed the same thing afore, and I be a Christian man, and I knowed the Lord wouldn't wind things up in such a sudden way. But there was a half-breed in the camp that conceded that the end of the world had come, and as I knowed he hadn't lived as he oughter have lived, I didn't discourage the idee, but sorter helped it on a little with some judicious talk that pointed in that direction, for I conceded that a good scare might make him a little more honest, and I suspected he handled 1 or 2 of my traps a little loosely the fall before, and might do it again if he wasn't educated out of his thieving notions. So I called the boys around me and whistled up the pups, who was a good deal scared themselves, and just told the boys that we'd better throw the powder into the lake, for the fire would burst out pretty soon, and everything would be blazing. And then I told the pups they'd better take to the water afore they got singed. You see, the boys took the hint of the thing, and Henry helped me out a good deal, for he said that there wasn't much use to move the horns or the pups, for the flames wouldn't come little by little, but the island would be blowed up 1,000 feet into the air all at once, but that the good would be carried away by the angels. But if a man had been a thief and had stolen anything, if it wasn't anything more than an empty horn or a musket skin, the angels wouldn't touch him with their little finger, but he'd have to stay and take it, unless he owned up. And the boy put a good deal of earnestness into the words, owned up. And the old man, thoroughly tickled at the memory of the ruse that they had played on the half-breed, stopped in his narration and laughed with a heartiness that watered his eyes. It was one of those exhibitions of laughter that is contagious, and even the man who had missed it, moved by the hilarity of it, joined with the two younger people in the explosions that followed. "What effect did it have on the half-breed?" asked the girl when the laughter had partially subsided. "Well, you see," said the trapper, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his coat, "the vagabond was ignorant and wicked both, and he certainly thought the judgment had come, and he owned up to a string of pilfering, a good deal worse than I had suspected him of, for to start with he had taken 6 mink skins from me. I asked him if he hadn't forgot 1 or 2, but he swore that the 6th was every blessed one he'd taken. Then he'd pilfered a sack of salt from a trapper on Deadwood, and a box of sugar from a party on Little Wolf. But I told him I didn't think the Lord would make any special count of the sugar, unless it was better than most of the peddlers brought in from the settlements. But Henry said it was just as bad to steal sand as it was to steal sugar, and as it helped the man towards righteousness, I didn't gainsay it at the time. But I argued the point with Henry arterwards, and I made him own up that it wasn't reasonable to hold even a vagabond to quite so close a reckoning for sand as it was for real first-class sugar." "What effect did it have on him the next day?" asked the man who missed it. "Just about as much effect," answered the trapper, "as your prophesying a storm 1,000 year ahead would have on the storm, as I conceit. For nature has her ways, and you can't prophesy her into doing what you want her to do. And you can't frighten a half-breed into honesty, for arter the darkness had gone, the vagabond was as chipper and chirp as I'd ever seed him. And I lost more skins the next fall in the line that led past his clearing than I had ever lost afore in any one line of my life. For though a scare will make a thief shake for a minute, you can't make an honest man of him. And when the fright is over, if he was a thief at the start, he shall be a thief still." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Man Who Missed It by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. No one disputed the trapper's conclusion, and after a moment of respectful waiting, as if to make sure that the trapper had completed his remarks, the man who had missed it again resumed his narration. But the animation with which he had told his discovery had faded away. The light left his eyes, and a sober expression possessed them. The play of features had departed, and his countenance had settled into sadness. His face, as revealed by the firelight, was one to command the respect of the gazer, for it suggested the refinement of thought and of scholarly habits, and at the same time it appealed to one's sense of pity, because over it disappointment, like a cloud, had thrown its somber shadow. The three who sat gazing at him felt that in him they had beheld a person who had been the sport of a fickle and cruel fortune, felt that his lot was inscrutable, and that in the wreck of his body, and in the permanent hopelessness in which his spirit was plunged, and perhaps in which it rested, they saw the most pitiable of failures, a failure for which the man himself was not responsible. For by no fault of his did it come, and by no virtue of his, however exerted, could he have been delivered from it. "It is needless for me," said the man at length, "to narrate the countless disappointments of my life. It is needless for me to say how many things I have attempted, or how many things I have achieved. so far as mortal power could achieve them, or how many times a power stronger than my own, a power outside of myself, the power of wicked men, the power of circumstance, and the power of society, which I strove to serve, but which seemed banded against me, has dashed the cup of success, when brimming full, from my lips. My discoveries have been appropriated by others, and I, who was upheld through the long nights of study and the long days of effort, in which I robbed my body of food that I might have the means to buy the little materials for my experiments, by the hope that I might link my name with scholarly achievements and be remembered among the honored when I was gone, have lived to see the results of my toil and sacrifice appropriated by those who robbed me, and the honors which should have been mine given to other men. I have not only discovered laws and principles and forces of nature that were unknown, but I have made inventions of the greatest value to mankind, by which they have been better clothed and fed and ministered unto in that which makes life happy. Inventions that have been stolen from me by corporations that have built fortunes on the patents they secured from the results of my ingenuity, patents which should be in my name and not theirs, and whose income would have made me rank among the richest of the land. And here I am, after 30 years of ceaseless effort, and 50 of life, broken in body, weakened in mind, hopeless in spirit, without friends and without a home, a beggar on your bounty, John Norton, with no companion in life, and no one to mourn me when I die but this dog." And the man looked into the face of the trapper and placed his hand on Lucky's head, who stood with his forefeet on his master's knee, looking with his bright eyes into his countenance. "You shouldn't feel that way, friend," said the trapper. "It is true we haven't consorted long together, but we understand each other pretty well, as I conceit. And though you have some notions about storms and a few such things that we can't exactly agree on, yet the trail we be both following lies in the same direction, and though I can't offer you a home such as they might in the settlements, yet the cabin is a good 'un, and while the joints of the logging hold together and the shingles shed water overhead, ye be welcome to stay, and the Lord o' mercy will certainly see to it, friend, that we suffer for no comfort, and that we come to the edge of the great clearing in peace." "You are a noble man, John Norton," answered his guest, "and I know that the welcome that you have given the homeless is sincere, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kindness. Had the men with whom I had dealt possessed your spirit, I should not have been where I am, or as I am. But what is ahead I know not. I feel that the trail, as you call it, is not a long one for me, and that should I accept your hospitality, my presence would not burden it long. I came into the wilderness to die, and out of the wilderness I shall not go, for of cities and men I have seen enough." "You're right there, friend," said the trapper. "The settlements be certainly no place for a sensible man to live. I've often argued the point with Henry, and I rarely believe the boy in his heart agreed with me, though he would never confess it. He says the wilderness is the place to rest and the settlements the place to work. And he says a great many things about the good that a man can do in the settlements and the happiness he can have. But the boy is young yet, and you can't expect the young to be wise like their elders. And I feel certain that he'll get around to my way of thinking afore he gets to be of my age. He has a natural taste for the woods, and few be the signs in the earth or the sky that the boy doesn't see. And if you have an eye to see the beauties of nature, and an ear to hear her speech, and a heart to learn her lessons, you can't find any happiness like the happiness that she will give you, especially if your life be honest." The man who had missed it listened with a deference that was habitual to him, to the utterance of the trapper. There was a look in his eyes as he gazed into the old man's face, noble and peaceful in its expression as it was, as if he longed to believe what he was hearing, in the hope that to his stormy life something of the peace and the happiness of which the old trapper spoke might come. "It may be as you say, John Norton," he answered at length, It may be that if, when I left the 3 graves, I had come to the wilderness and made my companionship with nature, educated my eye to apprehend her beauties, my ear to hear the wisdom of her speech, and opened my heart, bereaved as it was, to the consolation of her sweet peace, my life would have been happier. As I have looked at you and seen in yourself the result of the influence of which you tell, I have felt that, though I may have found less, as men call finding, yet I should have missed less. Perhaps I should have been as useful, and beyond doubt I should have been happier. For the happiness that waits on toil is found in its reward, and the peace which follows aspiration is found in its fulfillment. As for reward, I have none, and certain it is that I shall die with all of my plans unfulfilled. But in the life beyond, it may be I shall come to whatever reward I am worthy, and in happier circumstances be able to work out the fulfillment of my plans. You spoke, said Tom, suddenly joining the conversation, of being cheated out of patents that belonged to you. I do not see how they could have cheated you of the fruits of your inventions if you had been on the lookout and ordinarily shrewd. I do not think that I am ordinarily shrewd, said the man who had missed it. At least in protecting myself from the schemes of cunning men. I have studied principles rather than men, and the application of principles. And when I had ascertained a new principle and given it practical application in some invention, I was so happy in the thought of what I had done, the triumph I had achieved, the good it would do in the world, that I explained it to anyone that would hear me. And whatever rich man told me he would help me introduce it to the public, I trusted the whole matter to him, not doubting that he would deal honestly with me. I see now my foolishness, continued he, but I am not sure I should do differently if the same things were to be done over again. For man's conduct is the result of his character, and I was born with gifts few have, and with deficiencies too. I rejoice in feeling that few have also. The Bible says, said Magnet, that except ye become as little children, ye cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. And I think the childish confidence and simple honest trust that you have had in people, although they have betrayed it, is to your honor and not to your shame. And if through his trustfulness they have stolen from him his earthly riches, may it not be, John Norton, that our friend here has gained more than he has lost by the manner in which he has lived? And the girl made her appeal to the old trapper with a face that absolutely shone with the hopeful purity of her thought. The old trapper looked into her beautiful face for a moment with an expression on his countenance as if he wished he might agree with her, but was forbidden to do so by the shrewd native sense which was a part of his very constitution. "It is very pleasant to hear you talk, Magnet," he responded in a moment. "For your voice be sweet and your heart pure, but I don't conceit that your ideas be right. Now, I hold that the wilderness is pretty free from vagabonds, considering the number of folks that come in from the settlements every year. But it wouldn't do for a man to leave his traps outside the cabin in plain sight or piled up on the banks of a stream, unless he keeps within range and doesn't mind the cost of a charge of powder now and then. I don't mean to say, Magnet, that I would actually shoot a man for stealing a trap, leastwise if it was his first theft, and the trap was an old un, but a little powder judiciously burnt and a little lead sent high enough to start a button and ease the waistcoat a little or sort of tickle the flesh, I have found calculated to help a man in his rights and give the vagabonds a healthy idea of a law. Now here's your brother that has studied the law and knows all its ins and outs and the services it was meant to do, as well as I know the ins and outs of the woods and the service that a hound owes to his master. And now I put it to your brother, if it wouldn't have been a good deal better if our friend here had been some more circumspect in its dealing and amid other discoveries discovered there was his rights, and stood up for 'em through the thick and thin, and tickled the scamps a little with his lead when they was sneaking around his cabin, pilfering his traps and rummaging a little loosely among his pots and his kettles." "I think so decidedly," said the young man. "I think the law is made to protect the innocent and the trusting, those that are naturally weak, or too modest and mild to defend themselves without the law's intervention. I think our friend here should have appealed to the law. If he had, he would have found that the law was his friend, and that it would have protected him from the dishonest and the unjust. It takes money to go to law, said the man, and those who cheated me were rich, and I was poor. That's it, boy, said the trapper, that's it. Our friend has hit the nail square in the head and drove it clean through. And it don't take half an eye to see the hole either. It takes money to go to law. A trapper I met last year down on Grass River told me that he went to law 2 years afore, and a lively time he had of it for certain. What was the case? Said Tom. Well, you see, answered the trapper, he'd been troubled 2 years by a sneaking thief on one of the lines he had run out, and he kept losing skins, and finally he ketched him stealing a mink, ketched him in the very act, and he went down to the settlements and complained of him. Well, the sheriff, he got the feller finally, after a month's hunting, and then the trial was put off another month. You see, the judge didn't know anything, and the thief had hired a smart lawyer who could twist the judge right around his little finger. What was the result of the trial? That's just it, said the trapper. There wasn't any result, as you call it. The man told me the thing was put off and put off and put off. You see, he had to go 60-odd mile every time the trial came on, and every time it come on he had something to pay. And the man swore, and he looked like an honest man, that it cost him the earnings of a year's trapping afore he got through with it, and that arter all the fuss he never got any verdict anyway. The thing sort of fell through, nigh as I could get at it, and no one could tell exactly how. And when the man asked my ideas about it, I told him I thought the thing might have been managed a good deal better than he managed it, that I've had several such cases myself, but had never had any actual trouble managing them, for I never saw a thief I couldn't ambush by the second week of his pilfering. And if you once get your eye on a vagabond when he's actually handling the skins, and you be within range, and your sights be right, why—" And the old man straightened himself up, took up a stick, and began to poke the fire. "You never have any special difficulty out of that." "But," said Tom, laughing, "that may be a very efficacious way to deal with thieves up here in the woods, but it won't do down among us in the cities. Our friend couldn't have protected himself and his property as you could yourself and your property, for the ways of the woods, as you say, are different from the ways of the settlements. But he could have appealed to the law." "But I had no money," said the man. "It don't matter," replied Tom. "It don't matter whether you had money or not. If you had a good case, there was money in it, and any lawyer would have taken it up and pushed it through on a percentage, and many a lawyer, too, would have done it without a percentage, for there are noble men in the profession who will not stand by and see a poor man robbed of the results of his industry or his genius. I wish you had come with me with one of your cases, and whether it was 1,000 or 1,000,000 that they had cheated you of, they should have paid you every cent of it, and you should have had not merely the honor of the invention, but the money that it earned too." The man who had missed it listened to the young man with the eagerness of a child. It was evident that he had never thought it possible that he, a poor man, without friends, without knowledge of the law, and, we may add, without knowledge of men, could be protected in his rights. He had evidently pursued his studies and multiplied his inventions as impelled thereto by the irrepressible activity of the powers that were within him, and had yielded to his losses and his disappointments as to things that were inevitable. For a moment he had certainly yielded himself to the impression produced by the earnest confidence of the speaker, for his eyes lighted, his face brightened, and the change which hope brings, when it takes the place of despair, flushed his countenance. But in an instant the light faded from his eye, the animation deserted his face, and with his old despondency, and, we might add, with his old weakness too, he turned his face from the young man, and gazing at his dog, said, "It is too late now. Even Lucky knows it's too late." It was evident that the dog did not accept the judgment of the master, for he spun himself round like a top, frisked, trotted in front of Tom, and gave a sharp, clear bark. And then he took a swift circle round the cabin, and as he swept back to his master's chair, jumped with such impetuousness between the trapper's feet and the corner of the fireplace that he knocked over the huge iron tongs, which fell rattling noisily on the hearthstone. "Hard!" said the trapper, laughing. "Did you ever see such a dog as that? I'd give the best skin I got to know for certain his cross. I tell you, friend, the dog be wiser than ye in his hopefulness. If you can give the boy any points by which he can get a twist on the vagabonds, I'd certainly give 'em, and it may be you'd get your money yet. Although what a man who's got a good cabin to live in, an honest companion, and a dog like that wants of money, I certainly don't see." "I wish I had money," said the man. "God only knows how I wish I had money. I would like to know how it makes one feel to have once all the money he wants. Money enough so he could have a good house, and plenty to eat and drink without worrying where it would come from. Money to buy tools to work with, and chemicals to carry on experiments. Money to give the poor and the homeless, and those who don't know their parents, and haven't friends, and no names save such as they picked up in the streets. Money to give away with your right hand and your left, not letting the one know what the other gave. Money to leave behind you that would keep on giving bread to the poor and homes to the homeless, and education to all who crave it when you yourself are in the grave. None but God knows, old trapper, how much I have longed for money, that I might do these things. How often have I thought I had it, and how many times have I been cheated of it?" There was something so earnest, so intense, so nobly self-forgetful in his outburst that the three who heard it were profoundly impressed. "Give the boy points! Give the boy points!" exclaimed the trapper in tones of earnest as he was demanding the signs of the trail when the smoke of battle was round him and there was not a moment to be lost. "Yes, give the boy points, and see if he doesn't get a clamp on them vagabonds. That'll make 'em open their purses as a fish does his mouth when you have 'em by the gills. Lord, I'd even most go to the settlements myself if the boy sent me word he'd got a good twist on 'em. How much do they owe you, friend?" "There is one corporation," answered the man, "that has stolen 5 of my patents. 3 of them it has used for years, and on the strength of those 3 its whole business is builded. My royalty, had it been honestly paid, couldn't amount to much less than $1 million. "Put it high enough," said the trapper. "Put it high enough. I ain't certain that I actually get the measurement of your figures, but my advice is that if there's at least a chance of getting it out of 'em, that you put the figures high enough. If you throw it on a few more at the end, sort of loose-like, I don't concede it would be anything more than the scamps deserve. So my advice is that you put it high enough." "I think I have," said the man. "It may be that I have put it twice too high, but I know the corporation is worth millions, and its huge fortune is built up on the basis of my patents." "What have you to base your claim upon?" asked Tom, speaking with a lawyer's acute coolness. "Have you any original papers, anything to prove that you invented the things patented, or any memoranda of contracts touching the use of the same?" "I have the facsimile of the original models," answered the man, "duly stamped with the date and sworn to, and by my own hand drew the specifications, and the original patterns and the specifications are doubtless in the patent office at Washington. I have memorandas of contracts in their own handwriting, but no formal contract, and no attested signature." "Of course," said Tom, speaking with deliberate precision, "I cannot pronounce upon so intricate a matter on the moment, but I do not hesitate to say, sir, that if what you have said can be proved in court, you have a good course of action. In a case it can be brought against the corporation with a fair prospect of success. I will undertake your case, and I shall be greatly disappointed if you do not recover damages to the full extent by any claim that can be shown to a jury to be reasonable and just." "Do you think so?" said the man, and his face flushed to the very temples. "Do you think that I may yet live to have money and to do the things I long to do? May I hope yet to live to enjoy the fruits of my labor, young man?" "I know you will," said the trapper, and he flourished the tongs he held in his hands in his earnestness. "Lord, friend, the scent is a hot 'un. The boy can run the race with a high nose. If he be made of the right stuff, he'll drive the buck to water in an hour. What say ye, boy? Can you get the money?" "I can't tell for certain," answered Tom, "as I have said, But I think our friend has a good case if the facts be as explained. And if I was well, I'd start for the city tomorrow, and would bring the action at once." "Easy, easy," said the trapper. "We know where the game is, but you mustn't start 'em till you get the position. Position is everything in a hunt, and I dare say it's the same in law. As for your being well, you can just take that as settled. There's everything in feedin', and you won't be here a week afore you'll be eatin' like a Dutch person. You needn't shake your head, Magnet. I've seen a good many come to the woods thinner than your brother and not half of his spirit. And if he isn't fatter by 40 pounds afore the ice breaks up on the rapids, I shall be mightily disappointed. I'll do the feedin', and the boy shall do the lawin', and atween us both, with the help of the Lord, ye shall have your money, every cent of it. But I advise you to put the figures high enough." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Man Who Missed It by W.H. Murray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Winter had passed and spring had come. The warm south, like a fair enchantress, had sweetly forced her way into the rigid presence of the Ice King, and persuaded him to move his throne to the far north, giving her possession of his present kingdom. This he had not done all at once, or without many exhibition of bad temper. At first he swore by all his blasts that he would not move an inch, but would hold the earth and all the streams in biting bondage forever. In his quick rage he even made a dash at her, and his icy breath blanched the roses in her cheek. And, frightened at his touch, she fled southward, until she flung herself icy cold into the warm Gulf Stream. From her fervid bath she rose, with all the color in her cheek and body glowing. Her beauty and courage returned from the warmth, and more ardent than before, floating up to the north, again and again she practiced her sweet arts. At last her charms proved irresistible. The icy heart of winter melted, and yielding to the gentle but persistent pressure of her warm palms, he gradually, halting over and anon as if reluctant, moved northward, and finally left his late realm to her sweet sovereignty. Never did a kingdom welcome the coming of a queen with greater alacrity. The pines shook off their covering of snow and waved their branches in her honor. The lakes steamed with fog, under the cover of which the blue waves fought with the ice for liberty. They flung the crystal blocks against the rocky islands, slid the great cakes up the sandy beaches, and pushed the floating masses down toward the open mouth of the outlet which hungrily swallowed them. The little streams swelled with importance and rushed ambitiously downward, as if eager to join the battle waged amid the fog, between the lakes and the ice. The rivers chafed their bands asunder, and ran downward beneath the overhanging pines with rippling laughter. The hills began to sing. The first partridge beat its roll call. Then sounded the robin's flute. The hermit thrush surprised the air with its one note of miraculous purity, while from the open waters of the lake the loon, sarcastic even in its gladness, poured forth its weird and mocking call. One morn a little spotted fawn stole timidly out from the dark, balsam shadows, and stood a moment with its small hooves buried deep in the bright sand, looked its wonder for an instant from its clear eyes out upon the great stretch of water, and then stole back, frightened at the level of distance perhaps. The next morning it came again, listened to the rippling song that rained its thin sound around the curved shore, boldly lapped the water with its tongue, and then frisked bravely in circles. Next morn a dozen of its kind chased each other in the wildest happiness from end to end of the bright beach. A few weeks, and the arbutus flower came out sweetly as modesty's own self. Then the cold gray maples, the hard, wiry-looking birches, and the leaden-hued beeches took to themselves a new expression. Their hard look softened, their rigid stiffness limbered to suavity. They seemed to thicken in the air. Their branches became more pendant. And one morning, a morning without a cloud, the sun came up flushed with determination, and to his ardor the trees yielded and welcomed him, with every bud fully opened and every leaf wide spread. So winter passed, and spring came to the woods. With the coming of spring, 2 people, whose presence had incidentally found its way into the story, departed with a happiness in their hearts that only they know who have been delivered themselves or have had their friends delivered from the danger of death, for Tom had entirely recovered his health and returned to his city home and the duties of his profession, strong and robust. Their cabin, that the old trapper had built nigh his own, still stood with all the furniture in it, and often during the summer that followed and the succeeding fall the old trapper would go to the door, look into the familiar room, and say, "I hope the children be both well," and then, closing the door again, would go about his duties. The young people departed, but the 2 old men remained. The trapper, whose stalwart frame the coming of years seemed to bring no weakness, but only a kind of seasoning, as it were, each leaving him a little thinner, but otherwise apparently unchanged, continued to go about his duties with his habitual alacrity, and to enjoy his pleasure with the same zest. Nature was a perpetual charm to him. His trained eye grew each year more skillful in its discriminating sight. His mind opened more widely, with a growing apprehension of her loveliness. In 100 ways she provoked his humor continually to mirth, and at the same time the years made sweet addition to his native reverence, so that he presented the rarest and most beautiful of pictures, the picture of a man to whose gravity and whose laughter time makes equal addition. But to his guests the passage of time seemed to multiply his burdens. He gradually weakened through the winter, and unless when talking with Tom in reference to the possible recovery of his property, he showed little interest in the conversation or enjoyment that was going on around him. The young man had possessed himself of all the points of the case, and at his departure had left with his unfortunate client the assurance that he would recover from those who had cheated him at least a competence, perhaps a fortune. The old trapper, with his usual hopeful spirit, had predicted to the young people at their going that what the winter had done for the young lawyer, the summer would do for his client. "You needn't worry about the man," he said to Tom. "You needn't worry about him at all. He's sort of low-spirited now, and his appetite isn't first-rate. But he'll chirk up when summer comes and go to eatin'. And a man with a good appetite can't die unless by the Lord's appointment and something unnatural happens. No, you needn't worry about the man, for I shall keep my eye on him. And if you can only warm them vagabonds that's thieved his money from him, and get the word in afore the snow comes, the chances be that he'll live 20 year yet. And 20 years a good bit of time of a man that hasn't anything to do but enjoy it." But in spite of the old man's hopefulness, his companion did not gain in strength as time passed. Spring matured into summer. The long, warm August days came with their heat to the hills and the valleys, eliciting 100 odors from the sods and the trees, odors pungent with the flavors of health. But however fine their ministry, it seemed unable to revive either his drooping spirits or give strength to his weakened body. The old trapper strove to interest him in his sports. He even made little excursions here and there by land and water, hoping that the gentle exercise would beget an appetite, and fresh scenes would bring back the departed animation to his spirits. The man who had missed it accommodated himself with the utmost patience to the plans of the trapper in his behalf, and evidently strove to show his host that he appreciated the kindness of his intentions. But the desired benefit which the old trapper longed for was not experienced. Day by day his walk grew feebler on the carries, his steps shorter and more unsteady. In the boat his arms weakened more and more at the oar, until his stroke had so little of strength in it as to be inefficient. But the old man still persevered, and placing his guest in the stern of the boat and taking the oars himself, continued to make little trips hither and yon for the entertainment of his companion. "You see," said the old trapper to himself, "it won't do to let a low-spirited man stay in one spot. You've got to keep him moving, or he'll get worse and worse. And if a man keeps getting worse and worse, something's starting to happen. And I'm determined to keep the man alive till he gets news from the boy. For I feel certain it'll be good news when it comes, and good news is the best physic in the world for a man that's down-spirited as he is." And so the old man continued, with a most touching perseverance, his benevolent endeavors. But in spite of all his efforts, his guest did not improve. It was evident that the kindness of the old trapper touched him deeply, and that he was making every exertion in his power to show his appreciation. And only one theme could the old trapper make him converse with animation, and that was the prospect of Tom's success in the impending lawsuit. Do you really think, John Norton, that there is any hope?" said the man who had missed it one day, as the old trapper was rowing him around the lake shore. "Think?" said the trapper. "Lord, friend, I know the boy will get your money. You see, he's got right in his side, and that's as good as an extra knife in a scrimmage. And the boy is smart. You know he's smart, and that counts a good deal in a tussle, when things are sort of nip and tuck. I tell you, friend, I'm mortally certain that the boy has them vagabonds on the gridiron, and got them fairly simmering already. He'll bring you in a barrel full of money afore the snow comes." "I wish I could think so," said the man. "I could do a great deal of good if I had the money, but a man can't live beyond his time. You don't think, John Norton, that a man can live beyond his time, do you?" "Well, that depends a good deal upon who fixes the time, friend," answered the trapper. "I don't conceit that a vagabond can live beyond the time of the Lord's appointment, especially if he is actually catched in some open deviltry, and the man he's wronged has his finger on the trigger and the sights be right. But if he be a good man who hasn't any traps and hasn't his name on 'em, and no pelts in the cabin that he hasn't skinned, I conceit that the Lord gives him a good deal of leeway and makes the time of his going a little off and on like. For real honest men ain't plenty enough to be shut down on too sudden, and I conceit that the Lord might alter his mind a little if there was actual reason for it." And so the two men would converse, and in each successive conversation the hopelessness of the one and the determined cheerfulness of the other stood in stronger and stronger contrast. At last autumn came, and the man, in very feebleness, unable to accompany the trapper on his trips, remained in the cabin, having for his companion his dog. The trapper, while he continued his customary application, shortened the lines of his trapping to that extent that he should not be compelled to stay out on the trail overnight. For he used to say to himself, "Yes, I'll shorten the lines this fall so I can come in every night, for I don't just like the looks of things. For it certainly looks as if the man was going, and he shan't lack for comfort while he stays. Leastwise, if my being round will help him any." And so the old man shortened his lines, and every evening found him at his cabin ministering to the wants of his guest, both by helpful act and cheerful word. But more than once, when the old man was trailing the line of his traps, he would pause, and leaning on the muzzle of his rifle, remain for several moments in profound thought, and his meditation invariably ended in the remark, "I certainly hope that the boy is warming them vagabonds, and he'll get the news in soon, for it looks to me as if the man was going." And more than once, when the skinning of a mink or an otter had one been nigh, he could have heard him mutter, as he worked, "I hope the boy will get the news in soon, for it certainly looks as if the man was going." Yes, the man was going. Slowly but surely his spirit was preparing to make its exit from the body. The old trapper did the best he knew to sustain and comfort his guest. He would sit in the long evenings and entertain him with the experiences of his life, both grave and mirthful, thereby shortening the otherwise tedious hours with his vivid descriptions, his wise sayings, and his humorous remarks. It was a strange sight, truly, these two men, both knowing that one was nigh to the hour when mortal companionship would end, yet neither making any allusion to the approaching event, the one entertaining the other, as best he might, with spirited descriptions of men and of scenes among which he had mingled, and of stirring events in which he had been a principal actor, the other listening to the narrations with pleased interest, as if he were not already at the point at which the scenes and doings of this earth become naught, and his eyes were soon to look upon the scenes invisible to mortal senses. And yet, perhaps, it were as well if those of us who are called upon to minister to the elect, the chosen of God to a happier life than they had lived here, should intimate more closely than is our wont the wisdom of the trapper. For there are ministries too fine for our bungling hands to apply, and there are messages which heaven sends to the soul too sweet and gentle for our harsh voices to speak in words. This is as it may. The two men never alluded to the event which both felt was inevitable, and would soon occur, but continued to impart and receive entertainment as man ministers to man. But one evening, the trapper had remained in and about the cabin all day from feeling that things can't last much longer in this way, as he said to himself, one evening after the dishes had been cleared from the table, and from the little stand that stood by the side of the bed on which the trapper's guest was lying. The old man had seated himself in front of the fire, and the man began the conversation himself. "John Norton," he said, "day after tomorrow will be Christmas. I came to you on Thanksgiving night, and as I have got to go away before Christmas Eve comes round, I thought I had better tell you of some things that I would like to have done when I'm gone, and perhaps ask your advice about some things. I suppose you know what I mean, John Norton?" "Yes," said the trapper, and rising from his chair he moved it up nearer the bed, and reseated himself facing his guest. "Yes, friend, I know what you mean." And for the moment the two men looked at each other calmly, as two spirits might look at each other when in the presence of some emergency they are about to draw together in closest companionship. "I have certainly had a hard time on the earth, have I not, John Norton?" "Your trail has been all uphill, friend," answered the trapper, and he paused a moment, and then with his eyes still looking into the eyes of his guest, he repeated, "All uphill, friend." "What shall I find beyond, John Norton?" queried the man. "You'll find it all level, friend," said the trapper. "Do you think," asked the man again, "do you think it will be hard for me to die?" "It will be easy, friend," answered the trapper. The dog Lucky, who was lying on the bed near his master's feet, crept slowly up along the side of the body until he could command the faces of both speakers, and as the dialogue advanced he watched them alternately. "Why do you think I shall die easily?" the man asked. "You'd be too weak to die hard," the old man responded. "Are you certain, John Norton?" "I'm certain," was the reply. The dialogue had been carried on in the briefest possible sentences, and between each sentence there was a pause. Each spoke with the deliberation of a man asking and answering momentous questions. In a moment the dialogue proceeded. "I shall find her over there, shall I not?" asked the man. "You'll find her," was the sententious response. "In a body?" "In a body," was the answer. "And the unknown, those I have never seen, John Norton?" "The Maker of Sight will give you new eyes there, and you'll see." After this there was silence. The man evidently was pondering, as a man ponders when he lies on the edge of the great unseen. A log in the fireplace broke in the middle and flamed brilliantly. One of the hounds rose, turned round, and lay down again. Lucky rubbed his head in mute tenderness against the arm of his master that lay within reach. Outside the world was white. The moon stood in the sky. Above the moon, what was there above the moon? Heaven, perhaps? "Where shall I go, old trapper, when I go out of this body and this cabin?" "All old trails end at the edge of the great clearing. From there each spirit blazes its own line," answered the trapper. "I have seed where a good many trails stopped, friend. I have never seed the direction they took arter that." "It would be comforting to know just what would happen after death," mused the man. "You never know what a sunrise is till you see it," returned the trapper. "It'll be sunrise arter night. That's enough." And the old man said it with the reverence of profoundest trust. The man toyed with one of Lucky's ears a moment, looked at him as a man can only look at a creature from whom he had received no pain, but who has given to him such faith and love as belong only to deep affection. And then he said, "Will Lucky be there?" It was a strange coincidence truly, but when the man said, "Will Lucky be there?" the dog, with loving tongue, lapped the back of his master's hand as it lay against his muzzle, looked into his master's face, and lapped his hand. That was all. Your question is answered, said the trapper. I accept the answer, said the man. A creature of such intelligence and such affection cannot die. Such love can never perish. After this, for several minutes, neither spoke. At length, the trapper said, You said, friend, you had something to tell me, some directions and the like. Something perhaps you wanted done, and maybe it's as well you should speak of it now. I've done a good many things for Redskin and White both arter they was gone, and if you want anything done, friend, if the doing of it be within the range of my gifts, you have only to say it, for it'll be done according as you say. Of course, said the man, speaking after a pause. I want you to bury my body after I have left it. It shall be done, responded the trapper. I wish you would bury it just by the rock, on the bank to the east, which commands a view up the lake. It is a cheerful spot for a grave, answered the trapper, for the view is a good 'un, and your body, when you have left it, shall be buried where you say. Again there was a pause. Have you any wish, asked the trapper, as to how I should bury your body arter you're gone? Any directions about the service, any verses of Scripture or the like? None at all, answered the man. You may follow your own notions, John Norton. There will be but one mourner. And he looked at his dog. Two, returned the trapper. Thank you, replied the man. I believe you. And he smiled gratefully. What about the dog? Said the trapper. The man hesitated a moment, and then timidly, Can he be of no service to you? The trapper understood the hesitation of his guest, and answered, The dog shall stay with me till he dies. He shall not lack for food, and a corner of the hearthstone shall be his. That is all, I think, said the man. But he won't get it. I don't think he will, said the trapper. No, I don't think he will, but if he should, what do you wish done with it then? I have thought it all over, said the man. I held to it as my last hope, but you would have sent us word before now. In my pack you will find a paper. In it are written directions. There will be nothing to give, but if there were, the paper gives it as I would have it given. Is there anything else? Asked the trapper. Yes, said the man, and he stretched forth his hand, which the trapper met with his own. Yes, John Norton, there is something else. The gratitude of a dying man, with a bed to lie on because you have given it to him, a house to die in because you have opened its doors at his coming. The gratitude of a dying man who owes more happiness in the last year of his life than the world had given him in 20 years, to you. The gratitude of a dying man who knows his body will have burial by friendly hands and not be put in the pauper's corner by the cold charity of those who are glad to get rid of a beggar. The God of the friendless reward you abundantly, old trapper, as your deeds deserve, and give you peace in your dying hour, as your goodness has given me, and a friendly hand to bury your body as you, I know, will bury mine. Amen, said the trapper, and the two men unclasped their hands, the one turning toward the fire, the other sinking back upon the pillow, from which his earnestness he had partially risen. The trapper busied himself for a few moments in mending the fire. He placed some large logs in such a way that they would hold their heat during the night, and then as he prepared to go to his own bed, he said, Friend, you will wake me if you want anything during the night. A word will be enough. I sleep light. Yes, I will wake you if I want anything, answered the man. I feel as if I should sleep now. This was all that was said. In a few moments the trapper stretched himself on his bed and fell asleep. The man moved himself on to his other side, put his hand under his cheek, and in a moment he too fell asleep. And so both slept. One awoke. The trapper awoke at earliest dawn, but the other slept on, slept through the dawn and the day, slept on and woke not forever. At least the eyes of his body never opened, for the man who had missed it was gone. The trapper awoke, and stepping to the bedside of his guest, gave one look, and then he went to the large chest, took a piece of white cloth from its depths, and spread it tenderly over the sleeper's face, and as he turned away, said simply to himself, "Perhaps it was the best way." Christmas Day. In the cities the bells were ringing. In the wilderness no motion stirred the air into sound. On the bank which commanded the view up the lake, near the rock, was a grave half filled. At one end of the grave stood the trapper, leaning on his shovel. At the other end of the grave stood a dog shivering. Far up the lake, a runner on snowshoes was hurrying toward the north. When he reached the northern shore and clomb the bank, the grave was filled. The runner took a letter from his breast pocket and handed to the trapper. The trapper took it, studied the address a moment, and said, "Friend, you'll find fire and food in the cabin." The man understood the command and shuffled toward the house. The old man broke the seal, and spreading the letter out on his knees, studied its contents. The hand in which it was written was none of the plainest to eyes unused to penmanship. "I don't get the run of all of it," said the old man to himself. "But the boy says he's got his case, and here's a figure 2 and a 3 and a 5. Yes, that's a 5, and the 3 ciphers be plain. $235,000. It's a big sum, no doubt, though I don't quite get the size of the figures." And the old man looked at the letter, and then he looked at the grave. "It's a big sum. It's a big sum," he added as he turned toward the cabin. "The boy has done well, but the news comes a little too late." It was evening. The old trapper sat in his cabin alone. In his hand was a letter the runner had brought him. By dint of great perseverance, he had mastered every word of its contents. It was written in Tom's happiest vein, and told of a great success. The old man folded the letter carefully, laid it on the table, and again he said, "It came a little too late. Yes, it came a little too late. I'll go and see where Lucky is." And rising from his chair, he put on his cap and opened the door. The moon was shining at its full, and as he neared the grave, he saw the object of his search lying at full length upon it. He whistled to him, but he did not stir. He approached and put his hand on the body. The dog was dead. The old trapper rose, looked a moment at the grave and at the dead dog upon it, and as he turned away again, he said, "Perhaps it was the best way." Perhaps it was. That night, one looking through the window might have seen the old trapper sitting by the fire with a book on his knees, a large book, bound with board covers, dressed in leather, a book printed with large, old-fashioned letters. The old man was reading aloud to himself and moving his finger slowly along as he read the words. "It says here," he muttered, "it says here, that to him that hath shall be given. That's certainly rational if the man has behaved himself, but that from him that hath not shall be taken even that which he hath." "That bothers me," muttered the trapper. "I know it be so, for the grave by the rock proves it, but why it be so, that certainly bothers me. Perhaps Henry can tell me when he comes in." The end. End of Chapter 9. End of the story of The Man Who Missed It. End of Murray's Adirondack Tales by W. H. Murray. Recording by Keith Salis.